Welcome everybody back to the Salty Runback Twitch channel for the official coverage of the CLOL 2025 League of Legends Champion Bracket, and it's time to venture towards the upper bracket for the biggest matchup so far of the tournament. And I'm going to be joined by the one, the only Sean Toted for ISU versus Ole Miss. Sean, I mean, this is what we waited months, the whole year to see once these two rosters were announced so long ago.
Yeah, I'm really excited, really glad and happy to be on the cast today for y'all. Really excited. Like you said, super hype matchup. ISU versus Ole Miss. A lot of names that you know. Some that maybe are a little bit newer, but that names you should be able to. As we see, you'll be wanting to know their names after this game.
Yeah, want to know their names. Two sets of players that definitely have much bigger aspirations in their current spot on the bracket. We're going to get into all of that and more as the series starts to kick off. But John mentioned names that you want to start to know, and it's time to start getting to know them. If you don't, we'll start it off, obviously, with the Land Sharks here. University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. In the top lane, it's Stray as always. Keel, one of the newer additions into the jungle alongside Asila. In the mid lane, that's the new mid-jungle duo for Ole Miss. And of course, Shogo and Rhino to round out this squad, looking to finally push their CLOL ceiling towards championship aspirations.
Yep, huge pickup in the offseason, obviously, was Keel, but not to go understated was Asila right there, who did show some promise in some ACL tournaments as well, I think on Next Level Esports at the time. But yeah, the bread and butter of this team is the three that have stayed from last year's CLOL run with Stray, Shogo, and Rhino right here. These are the names that you're going to be looking for. But again, Keel, probably the biggest pickup, I think, in all of CLOL this year, at least by name and pedigree.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against it. Keel coming in here and looking really to just, I always feel like, level up the top side of Ole Miss because, as you mentioned, Sean, you know what you're getting from Shogo and Rhino, so where you go to try and push the ceiling here. It's a young prodigy mid laner on the rise and a very stable, communication-oriented jungler. Still has the hands in Keel, so Ole Miss going to be very potent. But we kind of been alluding to it. The matchup is always going to be focused towards Shogo with Ole Miss, but on the other side, we may have the latest big import into CLOL here, Sean Antonin, that is not disappointed right since he got to the Redbirds, and it's Fatikan. And this matchup, I mean, piece de resistance for this 80 character.
Yeah, I mean, Shogo in his own right, I think when Shogo kind of came onto the scene, it was like him, and he, was replacing Array at UST, the time that Shogo kind of came to be everyone's household name. Fatikan on the Redbirds, man, this guy is crushing it. Obviously, you can see the stats right here, KDA damage percentage. Both these guys over 23% damage share for their teams. I think that anything over 20 is huge. So the fact that Fatikan's nearing 30 is insane. And then that CSD at 10. These guys really lane dominant. You can see it by their shared champion pool, and what is banned against them. That Kalista, Ezreal, Draven being more in the likes of Fatikan's thing, where we will see the Lucian coming up from both of these players.
Yeah, that's the intriguing part, right? Is that we talked about, seeing some of the other 80 carries that we spotlighted across, lower bracket runs. Names that come to mind are like NN from the University of Minnesota. That guy wasn't getting any champions banned against him, and he was playing really well in the lower bracket. But Fatikan's a whole other beast. This guy's got, he's been banned off 5 champions. I would say they're good bans as well, knowing, I've seen his Kai'Sa absolutely pop off, so the point being here is we definitely expect both these guys to get their fair share of bans. We also know that both these guys bring really deep champion pools, like you talked about, for the lane dominant style that they bring to the table. Now they get to go head to head against each other, which should be very fun. But let's take a bigger overarching look at this matchup here across the board. And both these teams doing a lot of winning, and historically, both these teams pretty comfortable in the CLOL championship bracket, but grabbing that championship, that's the big question, Sean, for both of these teams, both of these programs, with arguably their biggest rosters in history.
Yeah, I think that's actually really cool that this is an upper bracket matchup as well. But as you can see, both these programs founded in the same year. ISU having a bit more CLOL appearances, as the first couple of years of Ole Miss didn't really amount to what their level of what we expect of them now. And also shout out to Hawk for giving us these kind of tournament resumes here at the top about their records versus top 25 opponents. With that one win, as you can see, for Illinois State, you know, this is match scores, I believe, not game scores. So, you know, they have been one of the few teams to take games off of Maryville right now. So that is like, their ceiling is really, really high. We just need to see a little bit more consistency, which I think both of these teams, as of right now, are kind of hitting on all cylinders. Illinois State versus GVU, and then Ole Miss versus Weber in the past week, both looking really, really dominant in their wins.
Let's quickly introduce, though, the Redbirds holistically, as I've gotten word that draft is kicking off as well. So quickly run through ISU in their current iteration here. PCL in the top lane, Music at that jungle position, Meslo in the mid lane, and we already talked about him, Fatakan supported by Barlow to round out this bottom lane. But let's jump right into this game one draft between two teams, two organizations that are looking to go the distance, push their ceilings to championship caliber, and this might just be a preview of what you could see much later down the line in this CLOL championship bracket, a best of 5 starting with Ole Miss on that blue side. And Sean, it's time to already start theory crafting how many AD carries we think are going to be banned away from both these squads before we even start picking champions.
Yeah, because if you're just watching, CLOL is not fearless, so like you're gonna have to continue to ban these same champions out unless you have like an answer cooked up for them. Knowing both of these coaches as well as we both do, they are some high quality sommeliers, some good chefs, as it were. So they probably have some unique answers, and both of these bot laners as well, very, very confident. Probably don't even need bans as outside of like what they perceive to be good in the matchup. I think Ashe, probably even still, as we are on live patch, might just be one of the few ones that we look at, but there are still, again, prio picks like the Nefiri, like the Gwen. Viego I find a little bit interesting, but I think that is more indicative of this Ole Miss squad yesterday played against Blue Otter in NACL, which has Music as the jungler, who is a jungler for ISU right there, and he did pop off on the Viego as Blue Otter is kind of having a resurgence over there. So maybe just focusing from some of their, you know, results from yesterday right there.
You always got to remember about the Blue Otter late split scaling. That's I'm glad you pointed that out. That is definitely coming through. And also, Sean, you highlighted that we'll talk a lot more about it as the series goes on. We're going to hype up the marksman, obviously, but the junglers of this matchup as well are very indicative because they both, I feel like, serve similar roles on their team as like the big voice in those comms, but then also can really play a multitude of junglers all across the board. You talked about the Viego for Music, he can pull that out. Gotta watch out for Keel Nunu. I don't know if we'll get it without Fearless.
Oh, I love it.
This guy plays a lot of very unique champions in the jungle as well. So the captains in the jungle, the superstars in the AD carry role is what this matchup is really going to feel like as we continue through that first phase of bans. And yeah, you called it. We start knocking out priority champions. Varus is probably the most popular AD carry right now in the entire world when it comes to any sort of meta, any sort of level of play. And then the Rumble consistently being taken away as well as the final ban for Ole Miss actually go towards the mid lane, trying to take away Meslo's Azir.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit interesting. Great point about Varus, as he is still probably like the S+ tier AD carry, especially because of all the different builds he can go right now. But the Azir is one I think is a little bit interesting. I think that they're going to be trying to focus on a Silas champion pool early. I know people like you and Shibby talk about his effective champion pool in like Lissandra, Ari, Syndra, and Orianna. Maybe wanted to focus that early to where you're not dropping that down. As that Malachi ban does come in right there, which is actually really, really big, especially against Ole Miss, because when you see that locked in, you never know where it's going to go. It could go into support and it could go into jungle right there, as we're going to get the Zen Zhao locked in, as Keel, talking about superstar junglers who want to, you know, have their effect on the map, locks it in. He's taking us to the arena.
Yep, get the most value out of the Crescent Guard, high level of skirmishing, and just a lot of agency that Zhao brings to the board. Never a bad B1 in my mind, even if there were some bigger champions you might like. And whoa, this is why this is a call from PCL. Is we're just throwing the Ambessa down blind. That is not the R1 turn I thought I'd see from the Redbirds. I gotta tell you that, John.
Well, I think if they pair this with Sejuani right here, we have seen recently, even as just as recent as today. Okay, so it's coming to
boy.
Fury. Whatever,
That's a lot
just
of
take my
damage.
whole point away. But that now PCL is not, in my mind, known for many AP champions in the top lane. But I do know Meslo to be the Riven one trick that he was
True.
in previous years. That I do think that there could be an angle where this is an Mbessa mid. I just don't necessarily like the Nefiri Mbessa 2v2 right there, as they may be incentivized now as Renekton gets slammed in there and is considered to be a good soft counter into the Mbessa.
Yeah, so this is definitely an aggressive angle from ISU. And we talked about, Music can play the carry roles. I always think about Music, even on his Blue Honor teams, is like, he can go to it if they need to in a spot, but game one, Nefiri, I know Nefiri is so broken for Music, so we are looking for a Music masterclass as the Rise is going to come through here, and we already know that one's going towards the Silas. So this top side for Ole Miss is rounded out, and that is not one of the champions that we just talked about for a Sile in his champion pool, but it does fit the archetype, right, with the Rise. His Syndra's going to get picked into him as well, Sean.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. I think, if I remember correctly, it was a Scylla who was solo killing Darkwings on this Rise in their Supernova versus Conviction matchup right there. And the Syndra into it as well, as you were just saying. That's going to give some early priority to the side of the Redbirds. And I kind of just think it's so weird now how we've evolved in draft where no more, not really counter picking as much. We're just going to pick our top side first all the time now. That's where we currently are in the draft, and 80 carries. Now with that being our highlighted match, are going to get dropped down. We may see more bans, but it looks like Lulu going to be picked away from Rhino, who had, I think, like a 3-kill Lulu at one point and was just going absolutely ham in their previous series.
And then here comes some of those dominant lane choices for Fatakan and potentially Shogo. The Lucian is going to sort of handicap a lot of the remaining Enchanter combinations, right? You were thinking like Lucian, Nami, Lucian, Melio is very, very potent. You still can go the Melio with like something like an Ashe. You can still go Karma with some of these lane bullet. Nope, Sean, you can't go Karma. So we're targeting as many 80 carries as we are Enchanters here to make it very clear that I feel like both teams want the opposing bottom lanes to pick a little bit safer, it feels like, the way they're banning.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is I always love when teams on red side, do you really prioritize support counter, which I think you should, or do you want to get that 80 carry pick where it's like, okay, we're going to pick a neutral type of laner, or we don't care that you have Braum available to you. If we're just going to pick engage, we'll just play around it. Things that you could see here, I mean, like, I don't know exactly what Fadi wants to do. Ezreal's still up and available. To be a little bit safe, and then maybe play like a Rakan or something on the bot lane, but oh, there we go.
Hey,
all right, cool.
There we go.
All right,
Draft
1 for
points over
1.
to Sean. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. So the Ezreal's going to come through for Fatakan. This is just, I don't hate it in this spot because I also would have hated an Ashe or a Jhin or something, like something more supportive, because this is a damage-loaded ISU comp. I mean,
Yeah.
there is all damage threats right now. So I'm curious what Ole Miss want to do to try and deal with that. I like the Rakan. That's always a good way to catch out a bunch of squishier members, get the charm, get the knock up, and you can really be slippery. So I like this a lot for Rhino.
Yeah, I really just hope we don't see the Smolder, which we saw from them yesterday in NACL. I think something a little bit more like a Kaisa right here would be more in the wheelhouse. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. And then at this point, you're looking at like, you need engage on the side of Redbirds. It's going to be Leona. It's going to be Rel. It could even be the Alistar. I'm more favoring towards the first two, as you want to be able to unlock Barlow down here in the bot lane, give Fadikan the champion he already has in that Ezreal to where he can just farm safely, and then they'll take the Alistar, the third one.
Yep, always a good headbutt option into that Rakan combo like we're talking about. So a lot of engaged pressure is actually definitely leaning on both supports. We talked about ISU really damage loaded, but even on the Ole Miss side, you can see Keel going in with the Crescent Guard. You can see obviously the Renekton's flying in, but a lot of those guys are going to be waiting on the Rakan combos. So supports in this matchup are going to be really key to starting off a lot of these fights, as we're we are just so damage loaded for game number 1 at this point. Like, I know we have some bruisers on the
Yeah.
dark side, but this is gonna be a brawl, Sean, to kick off this best of 5.
Yeah, they basically, this feels like what we've kind of hyped this up to be, which is like a heavyweight boxing match. And even though this is in upper bracket, no do or die on the line right here. Maybe this is the first 5 rounds that we're hoping for out of a potential 10-round series eventually down the line. So I'm like really excited here. Also just really excited to see, again, I know we're hyping up the bot lane, but for me, these two types of junglers and these two players who were 2 and 3 respectively for the CLOL Hub power rankings right behind UG.
Yep.
All right. These are the guys I want to see where they're going. I want to see where they're going to try to influence on the map. I honestly think that both are trying to look towards this top side where they're the heavier skirmish champions are available, Renekton, Ambessa, stuff like that. And I think the mid lane priority is going to play a huge part of what objectives each side decides to play for. Because if they just start, scrapping hand to hand, it's going to get real bloody real fast.
And it'll be very fun to watch. So as we have some extra time going through spectate delay, we talked about the upper bracket. We haven't fully said the stakes completely. If we could just throw up just the upper bracket lovely production to talk about where this matchup is taking place on the CLOL Championship bracket. It is an important one because getting to this point will guarantee you top 8. It gets a little hectic with the lower bracket. You got like top 12 spots down there, but a win here gets you top 8. And also when you talk about where you are at this upper bracket, Sean, like looking forward for either one of these schools, right? Like this is the opposite side of the big bad Maryville part of the bracket. So a win here and you've got yourself potentially a matchup with St. Thomas, but I know Western actually took a game off of St. Thomas. So you really want to run this part of the bracket if you're either Ole Miss or ISU is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, this part of the bracket for sure, as we can look to the lower, just kind of get a full picture of what's going on. But that top side right there, those 3 teams you were looking at, ISU versus Ole Miss here on our stream, and then that UST matchup happening over on Camcom stream, those 3 are like the group of 3 versus the big bad Maryville, as you were talking about before. Yep. So like whoever comes through like this gauntlet right here, right? It's like really important to like you have the perceived easier path because you won't have to play Maryville until you're in upper finals, right? And as you can see, we've already had one matchup take place earlier this week, which was also on this channel where Winthrop took down University of Minnesota. Commiserations to them and their club team, 3-1. But we got some also really good matchups right there. Grandview versus Weber, which I think is also an NECC finals rematch, where Grandview took it 3-1. Purdue Northwest versus SCAD is probably the most CLOL game to ever CLOL. If you want to watch just some like crazy scrapping, it's going to happen. And I also think a similar thing to a lesser degree could be said about that bottom matchup of UHSP and UTM with Snow 2 in the mid lane, where UHSP took, Johnny Rockets and the crew to the moon against UC Irvine. Right there, the KT of CLOL, as I have dubbed them, where you cannot get excited about them. They did a great job the other day, 3-1, winning over them.
Yeah, this lower ranks me a gauntlet. I know there's been a lot of talk about the new look CLOL formatting coming off of last year. Where now, we give this double life. We give double lives to the upper bracket and stuff. I'm a fan of it because one, it creates those upsets, like you said. No one ever thought we'd see 25-seeded club University of Minnesota team here. Nobody thought a top 12 spot would be on the line between UHSP and UTM. I know there were some pretty big UTM believers out there for a while, so maybe some UTM believers thought that would be a spot. But the reality of some of these matchups is awesome. And then you talked about at the very top with Winthrop already in the lower bracket. This is definitely the matchup of the bracket so far we're going to be watching. I'll die on that hill of Ole Miss versus ISU, but after that, it's got to be whoever when Winthrop faces off against Fisher College or St. Clair, whichever one of those people lose for tournament live stakes on the lower bracket. But we can theory craft a lot more later for the future of the CLOL bracket. It's time to get to the present on Summoner's Rift. Game number 1, here we go, folks. Ole Miss versus ISU. 2 teams looking to stay in the upper bracket and keep the momentum going as their aspirations for a land in North Carolina are over the horizon.
Yep, everyone wants to go try that cookout and barbecue, get their LAN experience going on down there. As you know, looking at any of the rune choices or summoner spells and stuff, something I always just kind of look for initially. Nothing a little bit too crazy out here. I do see it's just going to be Comet for mid lane from Meslo, so trying to get a little bit more priority there. Grasp in the top lane for both of these champions, so really nice. And then Glacial for Barlow. Just the things that are not as atypical, but just a little bit different.
Little small tweaks, see what effect they have. As Music, the Megamind jungler, or the CLOL as I like to dub him, already getting some value out of his positioning. Gets a well, that's true actually. He's not bald. I guess that's the one factor. Okay, but at this point, how many images of prominent CLOL players have you seen of them bald?
I still think that Chibi
I know
and
there's a
Column
Shogo
are
one
still
out there.
Yeah, there is a Shogo one out there. It's fantastic as well. Shout out Khaled. But yeah, I'm just again looking at where these junglers are starting. Okay, obviously got a little bit of early vision right there on to try to find out where Music does start. As Music again did play the Nefiri also in his series yesterday versus Supernova / Ole Miss, who he's playing against here today. But he's going to start the red buff, where Keel is going to be doing what we've seen a lot of these junglers do, where they're going to do their small camps first as a way to continue to have like the respawn timers be faster to where you can get closer to level 5, 6, and as well as keeping your buffs up longer if you do look to 3 camp or full clear gank.
Yep, because especially having double buffs on some of those later skirmishes, to give that small edge that we see always have such impact in these early trades here. See, going across the rift though, that Stray is already taking some control of that top lane matchup. Interesting to see that Foxconn and Barlow are not getting a ton of push up against Shogo Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa definitely can struggle early, but I like to see that Shogo is recognizing as long as I stay in the minion wave as much as possible, I can really nerf the power this Ezreal brings early to laning. So not really too much of an edge found anywhere across the map, and that's giving space for Music to really just power farm like Nefiri wants to. And he's actually looking to jump into enemy territory, and he's going to find 0 camps over there, Sean.
Yeah, 0 camps for sure. Just kind of snooping around like a dog does, sniffing around to see if no camps found. But it looks like he may be trying to make a play mid lane. But you should know that he's going to be spotted out because I think they spotted that ward as... Yeah, oh, nice little engage right there from Barlow as Fatican just arcane shifts back. But yeah, the early priority, Alistar, not really a champion for the first 2 levels, but they've done some really, really nice trades right there on both sides. So where now they do have that priority, which will help them as Music is on the bottom side of the map right there. I don't know if they know exactly where Xin Zhao is, so still got to be careful. They do see that his bot camps were done, so I'm lying. They know he's on the top side of the map.
See, once these junglers start trying to have impact on lanes, because right on tout, you see Asila gets that root onto Meslo and sets up for the easiest first blood start here for Ole Miss, and kills it. Zhao gets a big gold injection to give the first edge over to our blue side. Yeah,
really, really nice. And also, you kind of see that little journey that the dog had into the jungle is going to punish him, because while he's finishing his camp, he's not going to get the scuttle on the side as we have a skirmish down here in the bot lane. Both junglers here. TP.
Thrown down. Barlow's trying to get away here. Yeah, Barlow's just dead. That TP cuts him off, and Keel's going after Foxconn. Gonna flash after him. Shogo wants blood. Shogo claims blood as the sharp teeth of the land sharks sink further into ISU. That is feats of warfare in an instant.
My goodness, that's crazy. I think a little bit of a pretty proactive TP there from Asila, which he's not going to lose much for it, luckily, but super good stuff. I think that you kind of see the repercussions of what Music did by going in to the enemy jungle and not finding anything, so he had to clear his jungle right there. And that has made it to where he knew Keel was on the top side. Meslo did save Flash, really, really good. But then instantly from that, instead of just getting what he knew was his on the top side, he goes into the bot lane, gets that bot lane scuttle, and emboldens his bot lane to take that trade right there, because he knows that Music had started on the top side, probably going to be on his Gromp right there. really, really nice stuff coming out from Ole Miss right there as they do claim that feats of warfare that you spoke about. And that item advantage in bot lane
Yeah, I was
is
gonna say.
massive.
That is gross. BF sword this early is like heaven for AD carry player. He's got the long sword. Shogo tipping his hand a bit more on how this build path is likely to go here. Maybe we'll get some AP later down the line, but this guy's looking to raw stat check. And now that Kai'Sa has kind of survived some of these earlier levels, once that Killer Instinct comes online, Shogo is going to be on the hunt. And knowing Shogo, knowing Ole Miss, I can safely tell all you viewers at home that don't know that when this guy gets early lane leads, the win rate for the Land Sharks skyrockets.
Definitely does. It definitely does. It's just, and what I like right now from the side of Ole Miss is like, it seemed like that first like sequence of play was really kind of like planned out, right? It looked very controlled, and that's something that I think has improved for Ole Miss from
100%.
their time last year at CLOL. Whereas like, you know, before it would kind of look like everyone's just kind of laning, skirmishing, whatever. As we do see a trade of the neutral objectives here.
Yep.
Not too bad, but I also think it's a little bit interesting because I think with the priority you have in top side, that Keel could have chosen to also have done the bottom side camp as well, where he's also just, his lanes are naturally winning on the top side after his mid gank. So just, you know, just going with the sure thing here. Obviously, I'm a big fan of the 6 grubs over any drag stacking that you could possibly have.
Yeah. We'll say that the agency it brings in this game is a little bit less with no, like, true side lane threat, but especially as a team that's already in the lead and, you know, trying to build a further snowball, getting grubs is always just going to feed into your playstyle further. And, you know, speaking on those lanes, we were really intrigued to see PCL, you know, blind this Ambessa into Stray of all people, one of the better, I would say somewhat underrated top laners in the CLOL bracket, and he is showing why this Renekton is such a potent pick into the Ambessa. Constantly shoving these waves in, has a 2-wave lead, and that's really just what has helped balloon this gold lead in general to 2,000. It's ISU, they're trying to look for an answer. Ultimate comes online for Fatagon first. He drops the True Shot Barrage, but where's the rest of the damage? He has to burn the barrier as Shogo looks for an immediate turn. Feels like the bottom lane of Ole Miss can't stop winning early on.
Yeah, double sums in the bot lane right there. Barlow is finding some nice engages, but you kind of just see that item discrepancy we were talking about. Man, if Ezreal has a little bit more damage right there, maybe, you know, you're also getting a flash or a possible kill out of there. But Shogo just having to return just with like one press of the Q, and Vatican has to burn his barrier right there from just that raw AD. As it doesn't really amount to much, it's just going to be a couple of minions missed for the side of Vatican. As, you know, looking to what we want to do next, I'm really trying to see what is Music going to do once he gets this Eclipse finished. Because, like, I think that's probably what he's thinking about. Like, they got that drag, that's nice, but they're still down around like 2,000 to 2,500 gold almost. Just really trying to see when does Music start playing the game with his laners right here, and how does that affect the rest of the state of the map? As we do see a lane swap coming out from the side of Ole Miss.
I love to see it. This is what I've gotten accustomed to watching happen early on the map in some of those higher tier leagues. So it's good to see it coming across in CLOL NA to try and just really bias what side of the map, neutral objective wise, each team wants to play for. In this case, Ole Miss really showing that, hey, we're gonna put Shogo very far ahead, nearly completing his first item towards this top side with Rhino, and Keel after he clears out towards his bot side with these grubs coming up soon. They'll go for that, but the problem is on the other side, the Redbirds are saying, all right, we're just going to dive the Croc, but the Croc has got hands, got a pretty big health bar, but Unbreakable Will is one hell of a way to get a dive to go. True Shot Barrage into a Mystic Shot, and Fatagon is on the board for the first kill of the Redbirds.
You know, honestly, that was such a great dive. Nice try from Stray to outplay it, also trying to go for the wave as well. I think he got most of it in. Unfortunately, Shogo and Rhino just kind of left to their own devices up here as PCL did not want to approach this wave. I think for the wiser, obviously, smart play by him knowing that his team was the one to, you know, make the play on the opposite side, so didn't want to be the response right there. But as I say that, now, even though he has Barlow, I don't know if this is necessarily the play you want to be trying to defend right here top lane.
Oh, they're bringing everybody too. Keel's pulling up here. Sundered Sky already done. Keel is massive on the map right now with a Silas, so they'll get spotted out, and PCL is just getting sapped even more resources, and this is even more worrisome as this first turret's also going to drop because ISU, so many of their topside champions, I mean, these were their R1 and R2 picks, right? This Nefiri and Ambessa, and they are so reliant on resources. So the fact that Music and PCL are in this spot might be the most detrimental part of this game so far for ISU.
Yeah, and you can also see that, Keel having to burn flash.
Okay, there's something. A little wiggle room. This might actually allow them to stop that grub stacking unless Keel really wants to get aggro.
Yeah, though I think if this is Ole Miss of old, they fight this. But again, talking about their improvements over the course of this year, this semester, I think wise enough to be like, hey, I'm down flash. Don't worry about it. Let's just get some waves. We can set up for drag on this other side and just kind of trade it later. We are still stronger. But I did want to highlight Keel's decision-making earlier about getting those grubs. Because of those first 3 grubs, that's what led to them being able to get that first tower with the amount of damage they were able to do to those structures right there, to where, Shogo essentially gets a full entire tower, all 5 plates on the top side, even after taking, I believe, 1 on the bot side. So I don't know if we can toggle over to gold real quick just to see the difference. But man, he is loaded. This guy has, he's 1,000 gold almost over his AD counterpart in the matchup that we highlighted for this series.
There's the slipperiness of the Rakan showing out there for Rhino. But yeah, I mean, he's the only guy with 5k gold on the map. Nobody's like really getting anywhere closer. Utah already completed. Go is right where you want him to be if you're an Ole Miss fan, no matter what iteration we are currently talking about. Is that Dragon Brio will come across, as you called out, Sean. So Keel's going to even those out. We get a pretty classic trade here for CLOL. The grubs have been split evenly, the drakes have been split evenly, and that really incentivizes even more playmaking on the map because there aren't very obvious neutral alarm bells coming across, right? We don't have to worry about dragon stacking already being a big problem for either of these teams, grub pushes with mites being a big problem, and that's really just going to lean more towards what we talked about from draft, which is Barlow and Rhino, along with their junglers, are going to have to look for avenues to fight out this mid-game.
Yeah, I think Barlow's actually going to get caught out here unless he has to burn flash.
Yeah, this is, there is burgers on the menu. Shogo going on a killing spree. That is probably the freest kill he might get all CLOL tournament.
Yeah, pretty free. Definitely unfortunate timing right there. Also, just want to note, we talked about how these teams like to scrap. We get an Infernal Soul for our Drake Soul for this game one.
Let's go.
The CLOL gods, they have blessed us. They blessed us with this matchup in upper bracket, and they were like, and here's some extra spice, which I love, especially on my burgers, as Barlow did just die. So
there you go. We're tying them together, Sean. That's the important part. How many beef jokes can you make about Alistair? I know it's beating a dead horse, but
yeah,
you got to go.
Yeah, beating a dead horse, dead cow, crocodile boots, all the different things, hot dog, glizzy, whatever. We have a lot of food references.
You just mentioned like 4 things I've said on the couple CLOL streams I've been. I've said every one of those at a point on Salty Runback over the last week. I won't lie.
It's awesome though. I mean, we're hungry. We're trying to see who's getting fed, who feeds, right?
Bro.
All these things happen. So, League of Legends is just a food simulator game, guys.
At the end of the day, it's just incentivizing getting good eats, just like Shogo. If you are Ole Miss by this point, is we might have potential. A lot of pings coming towards this bot side. Ole Miss really want to knock down this bot tier 1 turret. The question becomes, how much do ISU want to do to hold it as they get the Ambessa ultimate out, but PCL gets caught in the middle of his leap. Keel immediately turns it. The stun comes across. Now PCL's going for the run. Rhino drops though on the backside as ISU have one hell of a flank trying to manifest. We drop off both PCL and Rhino, but the Crescent Guard comes across and blocks all of Fontecon's damage. Meslo gets dropped by Keel. All of ISU are just crumbling. Fontecon can't flash away from the might of Keel. The triple kill comes across. A silent pops right in front of Barlow's face and says, Ole Miss are dropping the fisticuffs in game 1. Quadra kill over to the Land Shark jungler.
Talking about all that food, and I guess the land sharks smell blood in the water because they absolutely decimate, with Keel getting a quadra kill right there as he and Shogo basically go untouched in that fight. as they did find that pick onto Rhino initially. But man, wow, Ole Miss playing so well right here and have just catapulted their lead to a 6,000 gold lead here at 15.5 minutes.
And again, Sean, when we saw this roster come together before NECC really started kicking off in its full format, we talked about it. You mentioned it. The CLOL Ole Miss of past was just like the definition of scrappy, fighting all the time, kind of throwing caution to the wayside. But once this roster came together, this was what was preached to us as the new version of Ole Miss. And in game one, they're looking quite scary with the composure that everyone was hoping them to bring after CLOLs have passed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this, you know, even in the past, they would get leads similar to this. I just think now there's this more confidence of the players in their experience, mainly Stray, Shogo, and Rhino, but then also you have someone with the pedigree of Keel, and then Asila to his own right, you know, he is just kind of, people might look at his scoreline and be like, oh, Passenger Princess, he's 003. No. He's doing his job right now. He's not trying to do anything. He's a scaling champion. He's fulfilling the role that the team needs right now. And I think that that's the biggest thing, and something that even to this day I still need to see from Ole Miss is that when they have these type of leads, how much control do they have? Do they know when they're stronger? Do they know when there's they have these ult economy advantages, right? These summoner spell advantages to where they're pushing that, as opposed to just being like, yo, we're stronger. Let's just go full force and see, you know, if it sticks right there, which has plagued them not only in the past, but some points this year in the NECC and in NACL.
Still able to earn themselves the crown of the NECC with that composure and ability to just kind of play not as one-dimensional with that just straight always leading towards fighting style of past. You obviously know many comps where it's just designed around 4 guys sometimes protecting Shogo to try and carry them home, and that will not cut it once you get into the highest pedigree of CLOL. But now Ole Miss are just in a new form, a new evolution that is showing through this game one that is just completely derailing by this point. 7,000 gold into a comp that was designed to really snowball hard through its top side. For as much as we love talking about the power of Nefiri and picks like Mbessa, this is the reality of it, Sean, is when you fall behind, these champions are really hard to even find any angle back in.
Yeah, and in some ways, you know, going on a side tangent, this is why I kind of think that these champions are a little bit more balanced than what people, you know, think. They always talk about, oh, this champion's fed, he's broken. Yeah, he's fed. All right, if my champion's fed, I should be able to do stuff, all right? But as a nice little trade comes out from Meslo right there, is that TP.
Here we go, yeah, they're really indexing. Stray has been the unlucky member of Ole Miss, just getting all the attention of ISU, but the Slice, Dice, and Flash, Stray does exactly what every top laner at the top level does, soaking up pressure, not dying, and now the rest of Ole Miss gets the benefit from it.
Yep, no longer Dyrus, Liverus on the top side, because my goodness, he has to know that he's the play, and he tries to min-max as much as he can, does get out. I think there was a mislayering of some of the ultimates and combinations from the side of ISU that could have landed them that kill, but a nice, you know, play from Stray to get out of there. They do take the top lane tower, but Ole Miss did take, I believe, mid lane tier 2 and the Drake off the back of that.
Yeah. So just winning on the cross map, and so awesome to see for Ole Miss fans around the world, around the nation, who have been memed endlessly as having to track their heart rate in any Ole Miss games in CLOL.
Yeah, the meme is so great. Oh boy, we're playing. I want to end it. Oh, we won, you know.
Oh, we won. Nice. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nope, that is not the reality for this game one, and it's on ISU to find a lot to bounce back in this one, but the hope is dwindling. And the important thing on the flip side for the Redbirds is you always look for an extra edge in, you know, CLOL turns to play for. ISU, you have to remember as a program, it is upper bracket, but these are some of the last few games over this next month that this entire organization will play with such a high pedigree roster. And that's got to really just juice them up even further in any matchup going forward, especially against Ole Miss.
I mean, for sure. I mean, again, we talked about it. Illinois State is one of the few teams that has been able to play Maryville X amount of times, but they've also taken games off of them, multiple in fact. So we know that their highs are there. We also know, as you said, that those emotions of knowing that your program is sunsetting, right? It definitely has to weigh on them a little bit as PCL.
All right, he likes his odds against Stray in the 1v1 here. Both top laners finished their game of Ultimate Chicken, but PCL has a secret weapon trying to swing over from Music, but again, Stray is just word to the riser. He will not relent and give up free kills because he knows this team is just winning on the other side of the map. How often have you seen this, folks? Voracious Octagon, they got a little close, picked up for nothing, and that is false lifestyle Ole Miss. And maybe now, Sean, we'll see a bit of old Ole Miss here with them all having GAs and knowing they can play that very, very caution the wind fighting style.
Yeah, as someone once said, that this GA, the false life autocon, just kind of gives you a negative 30 IQ because you just start playing like you can't die because you don't. You just withdraw, right? You become a Pokemon for the time that you have this GA on, and it's it is something that I do expect them to see. As you can see, massive pings right there. They don't look like they're trying to be super controlled. They're like, okay, let's go over here. We're gonna fight right here. Blah blah blah. It's that definitely that GA right here, which is I haven't seen in a long time, honestly. It's usually always the rose petal one.
Well, very soon, Sean, it will always be the Ruinous Octagon, or I guess they even renamed it. But yeah. Say sayonara to Voracious Octagon while you see it, and you're seeing why maybe it's getting taken away here as Rhino and Keel are comfortable diving in between two turrets, get PCL's flash out, and even with the false life, Ole Miss still have that same calm, calculated approach as they knock down the last turret outside of the base of the Redbirds. Crescent Guard blocks all the projectiles, but Keel does drop it, gets engaged on, but that was the bait as PCL dies. Sure, Keel goes down, but the rest of Ole Miss are hell of a buffed up squad now, trying to brawl it out 4 versus 4. With the poke of the Ezreal and the Syndra actually going to bark off Ole Miss. They'll take their tier 2 turret and walk away only with one withdrawal dropping so far.
Yeah, barking off Ole Miss with the Nefiri and the pack that is the ISU Redbirds right here. Dragon spawning here shortly. They do get that top lane tower. There are some ults that will be down, but yeah, as you said, one real kill for one fake kill right there. As I just kind of want to take stock of some of these items. Now we have 2 items across the board for Ole Miss. Nyx, Shogo, who has 3, completing that IE and Flicker Blades after the Yuntal. Oh man, he is so online.
Interesting, yeah. Part of the reason why I love Kai'Sa so much is there's so many build paths, right? And interesting to see the Flicker Blade come across. So Shogo's just min-maxing his AD, and boy, look what it's doing to an ulted Alistar there as the knockup from Rhino does find 3. Stray flies in. Barlow's got to flash out, but they pick off Stray first. Went forward a little bit too early. That's okay as Siler arrives to the party. Rhino's jumping in the back line, and Shogo is just going to farm these low health bars. No Stray, no problem. Ole Miss are just that far ahead, that locked into this game number 1. Fonticon and Music have nothing to do but stumble back towards their base.
Oh man, it almost looked really, really good, but as you said, Barlow trying to be the only tank here, and even while ulted goes down to about 20% health because of how fed Shogo and the like are. Fonticon and Music staying up and alive. You know, these 2 players on ISU that we really focused on, that they have to be the ones to be these last 2 men standing, but hopefully with more of their teammates the next time that they have a fight, because now on Soul Point, after that, the Soul Dragon in 5 minutes for the side of Ole Miss. It doesn't get any easier for a team that is just stacking so much damage.
Going through the motion, some of the fights may get a bit scrappy, but as you called out, Infernal Soul Point, that's going to force ISU to respond constantly on the map. They're never really going to have wave state control. Baron's up in about 20 seconds. The fights are looking a bit closer than we anticipated, but it's still just such a dire spot to be in, because now at this point in the game, ISU, one mistaken call, one mistaken reaction ends this game.
Yeah, I do think the one person I'm actually looking for, I know I just mentioned like Music and Fonticon, but like if Meslo can just one-shot someone.
Oh my God, are you speaking in existence here? I was going to say, Rhino gets shot by a Scout of the Weekend. You could definitely blow up the Rakan.
Yeah, I think it's even if you're getting someone out of the fight, as long as they don't have TP for these solo laners, like knowing this champion of Syndra, right? That is like, the outplay button that we talk about, right? And if Stray can just, now finally having 2 items for it does Stray, can we just buy enough time between him and Barlow as music? Woo.
All right, Stray, walking over from the mid lane. You called it. PCL does have teleport advantage. Keel has hit up the Baron. Shogo's now focusing it, but in comes Rhino with the charms. They can get Shogo to fly on in whenever he wants. But right now, they don't need Shogo until he finally jumps into the backline. Perfect timing from Shogo, and boy, does he reap the rewards. An instant triple kill comes across, and that's gonna do it. The first knockout blow is thrown by the Land Sharks. Game 1 going to Ole Miss in dominating fashion.
My goodness, man. And also, the thing with Kaisa here, and you can just see Shogo's proficiency on this, just kind of waiting for spells to be down or for people to be low enough that he is so good at recognizing these threats. As this is probably, as you said, the first heavyweight blow that we get. Big old right hook across the face for Ole Miss onto ISU. They're going to take this Baron. They're going to have a massive gold lead, 13,000 gold lead here at 26 minutes, as they're going to look to break open the base and try to make this as clean as possible for all of the Ole Miss fans out there.
That is an LDR done on Shogo.
Good God.
Silas going to recall to a Rabadon to get the 3 items. 3 items on your jungler, top laner for Stray, the one who really had to run a lot of the weak side, still sitting very pretty. And like you called out, Baron on 5, Shogo with so much damage in tote. It's up to Ole Miss just not to find a mistake. And this game is theirs as ISU is starting to get desperate. But I mean, Barlow's health bar is down to half with one Acathian Rain. And down goes Music to the Fury, falls flat, whimpering back towards its cage as Shogo just starts to farm these guys like creeps. Another multi-kill for Shogo. And there's the actual dagger, this time with the cherry on top of an ace. Ole Miss dominate game 1 against the Redbirds.
Absolute domination coming out from Ole Miss. Huge shout outs to the likes of Keel and Rhino as well in this game for being the ones to really set up, and the amount of damage that has been coming out of Shogo since that early lead after that bot lane play is huge. They take a super clean game, 25 kills in 28 minutes for the side of Ole Miss.
And those last points you made there, Sean, are what is most important, I feel like, for our #1 seed representative of the NECC. Is we also, another thing we forgot to touch on is all the fun NECC versus North matchups we're now getting into by this point. And, well, 1 point to the NECC, because that is maybe one of the cleanest games. I would argue maybe the cleanest game from Ole Miss all collegiate season long against top 25 opponents.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their whole series versus Weber was, something that you're like, okay, this is peak Ole Miss. This is the clean Ole Miss that we were expecting when we see these names on there. But we've seen against maybe other competition or even just other CLOL teams sometimes, they're not always hitting that mark consistently. If you're an Ole Miss fan, game 1 is a huge boon of confidence right there. If you're a Redbirds fan right here, I think they can just go back to the drawing board. You mentioned it in draft, blinded the Mbessa, having that double 80 topside, and then having champions who aren't able to get off the, off to the races initially,
right,
and then how you're always on the back foot. Not necessarily how I feel like either one of these teams want to play.
Yeah, so maybe the blue side draft is where I do want to go. By this point, they will have side selection available to them. But for a heavyweight matchup, as we've prescribed this one between two teams who you very likely could see playing in top 4 or even down in Raleigh with how high pedigree of a level this matchup is, we are hoping that the rest of the series looks a bit closer for your casual fan. Nonetheless, Ole Miss fans, let them know in chat. 1-0 up in dominating fashion in 28 minutes as they look to try and move towards top 8. We're going to move ourselves into an intermission on the other side, see what the Redbirds' response looks like in a few. And Keel, after he clears out towards his bot side with these grubs coming up soon, we'll go for that. But the problem is, on the other side, the Redbirds are saying, all right, we're just going to dive the Croc. But the Croc has got hands, got a pretty big health bar. Ole Miss really want to knock down this bot tier 1 turret. The question becomes, how much do ISU want to do to hold it as they get the Abessa ultimate out, but PCL gets caught in the middle of his leap. Keel immediately turns it. The stun comes across. Now PCL's going for the run. Rhino drops though on the backside as ISU have one hell of a flank trying to manifest. We drop off both PCL and Rhino, but the Crescent Guard comes across and blocks all of Fontecon's damage. Meslo gets dropped by Keel. All of ISU are just crumbling. Fontecon can't flash away from the might of Keel. The triple kill comes across. A silent pops right in front of Barlow's face and says, Ole Miss are...
Oh, the champion's fed. He's broken. Yeah, he's fed. All right, if my champion's fed, I should be able to do stuff, all right? But as a nice little trade comes out from Meslo right there, is that TP.
Here we go. Yeah, they're really indexing. Stray has been the unlucky member of Ole Miss, just getting all the attention of ISU, but the Slice Dyson feels flash out, and even with the false live, Ole Miss still have that same calm, calculated approach as they knock down the last turret outside of the base of the Redbirds. Crescent Guard blocks all the projectiles, but Keel does drop it, gets engaged on, but that was the bait as PCL dies. Sure, Keel goes down, but the rest of Ole Miss are hell of a buffed up squad now, trying to brawl it out 4 versus 4. With the poke of the Ezreal and the Sins, right? And interesting to see the Flicker Blade come across. So Shogo's just min-maxing his AD, and boy, look what it's doing to an ulted Alistar there as the knockup from Rhino does find 3. Stray flies in. Barlow's got to flash out, but they pick off Stray first. Went forward a little bit too early. That's okay as Siler arrives to the party. Rhino's jumping to the back line, and Shogo is just going to farm these low health bars. No Stray, no problem. Ole Miss are just that far ahead, that locked into this game, number 1.
Buy enough time between him and Barlow as music. Woo.
All right, Stray, walking over from the mid lane. You called it. PCL does have teleport advantage. Keel has hit up the Baron. Shogo's now focusing it, but in comes Rhino with the charms. They can get Shogo to fly on in whenever he wants. But right now, they don't need Shogo until he finally jumps into the backline. Perfect timing from Shogo, and boy, does he reap the rewards. An instant triple kill comes across. It's up to Ole Miss just not to find a mistake. And this game is theirs as ISU are starting to get desperate. But I mean, Barlow's health bar comes down to half with one Acathian Rain. And down goes Music to the Fury, falls flat, whimpering back towards its cage as Shogo just starts to farm these guys like creeps. Another multi-kill for Shogo, and there's the actual everybody, back to the Salty Runback Twitch channel as the continued coverage of the CLOL 2025 Championship roars on, and hopefully we get a bit more of a call from the Redbirds here, who have decided to stay on the red side as we hop into the Game 2 draft, Sean. We're not seeing a ton of adaptations to either side's bans at this point. The same for Ole Miss.
Yep, same here. I kind of respect it. Redbirds, red side, blue for the Land Sharks, blue side.
Yep.
You know, just kind of keep it simpatico there, as they're going to ban the Zen. Okay, so that's the one adaptation that we do see, and I really do like that. Really, really strong. Rise. Now, we have seen in other places where Rise is not specifically just a mid lane pick. I do think, at least for Ole Miss, it is more of the Asila style of champion, but Stray plays support, can play different roles. Could be, who knows?
Who knows? But I don't hate it as a B1, and it's kind of like a call out here as well. I feel like it's like Asila saying, my Rise, I feel so comfortable in whatever Meslo's going to play, whatever you throw at me, that I don't mind B1ing and just trying to scale to infinity for Ole Miss. But ISU have adopted your game 1 strategy for the Ambessa, but again, they are, unless this goes to Meslo, like, they are blinding PCL into Stray once more, but this time with a Sejuani on the top side.
And this might just be the old classic Season 3 Nidalee Renekton that we're about to see. Okay. Because Nidalee's good into the, picked into the Sejuani a lot. Renekton obviously into the Ambessa. It's like they're almost giving it to you and then praying that you do it. And then somehow it's, Meslo, Ambessa, and Sejuani top lane for PCL or something like that. And they bamboozled you. But I don't think that'll happen here.
But again, it's so we are going to run back PCL versus Stray. I don't know about, what's the definition of insanity, right? It's trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. We'll see what the Redbirds
or the mid laner for Luminosity, yeah.
There you go. Oh, but I do like now that we have music on the Sejuani. You're off the power farming jungler. You're onto a champ that's just all about agency, creating fights, leading out fights. And that's why I still think music is best. But Poppy is going to be the answer. This could be support for Rhino, but Sean, do you think this is likely a jungle pick, or?
I think they're just, they know they want the champion, right? And both of these guys can play it, and I think it is really good. Now, I will say this. This is what I'm talking about for ISU. I think that the Syndra was good. I just like Way a whole lot better as a champion right now. Especially when you're seeing the short range that they are showing on Ole Miss right here. Has a lot more utility. Hit is like the, combo breaker. You got a QQ, QE, whatever kind of stuff. As now we are still kind of back in the same place of last draft where 80 carries, none taken, more going to get banned. And we do see that Kaisa getting banned this time as well, instead of the Lulu that was in place there, which... maybe they are thinking, okay, we got the Kaisa was the problem. We'll just go get an Ezreal again for us, and then they don't have like the champion that they want to kind of answer into.
They do ban out the Maokai, which I really like because we talked about the double flexibility of that champion. So you leave Maokai up, like Poppy Maokai could both play on the map together for Ole Miss. But this is also, I know not a lot of people are fans of Jhin. I do like Jhin next to Ahui, right? So you are effectively as ISU saying we are going to be outranging you. We are playing for range, and we're picking a top laner that can now dive into the back line and create more chaos. I still don't know about this Ambessa, Sean, but I do for ISU at this point like how they've built around it this game compared to last. We are going to get the Shogo Smolder scaling to infinity factor. So this is a much more of a snoozer bottom lane than last time, I'll have to say.
Yeah, okay, so first off, I know I'm not a Jhin hater, but I'm not a glazer like Mazel, okay? Where it's like literally his favorite champion. Great thematic champion, but I do agree with your point that it does have good ways of being with Hui, or even just the Sejuani like W hitting, right? To proc it and to kind of follow up on some of these things right here. As there, okay, I almost got baited. I was like TJ team with Malphite, but no, there's no way.
There we go. All right,
This makes a lot more sense, and I think the only problem that I have with this draft from Ole Miss is when I see Shogo on something like the Smolder, the amount of agency that Ole Miss has and the way they want to play, I think drops like tenfold, right?
Right.
So like now bottom lane is just going to be, as you said, the snooze fest and stuff like that. And I think there's a lot of given agency over to the side of ISU. Now, again, there is that timer that you have
Always
to
a
deal
timer.
with. But I think ISU is one of the teams that has the proactive tools they've drafted and the players that are smart enough to try to punish that, because you have 2 damage threats until Smolder becomes online, right? Meanwhile, ISU having 3 right here with a lot more beefcakes this time around than we previously saw in the last game where it was just Bruiser City.
Right. And also, do they really have 2 damage threats? Because you're really just min-maxing scaling threats, right? Because Asile is also going to take time to come on. Like, you're expecting this Rise again to go Roa, try and build into a Seraphs, like, then get the Death Cap 3rd item, wait for higher levels. So this mid-game is going to be very pertinent on Ole Miss either being willing to give up some stuff on the map to buy time, or really indexing into Stray, getting a lead. I'm curious how different of an early game approach this looks like for Ole Miss, knowing that now they need Stray to be that damage carry in the mid game into a composition that's pretty well designed to space Stray out. So I am much more a fan of how the Redbirds have taken the approach to this one from a draft spot to try and even the series out compared to last game, even with a couple of similar champions. Well, I guess only one similar champion when all said and done.
Yeah, I do think, one, I like that they at least have some point and click on the side of the Redbirds, ease of execution, also ways to get on to the Rise and the Smolder. Again, while I kind of winced a bit at the Jin pick, and I'm not like a hater or anything, but like I see the top side of Ole Miss, and I am never like, you know what, guys, Jin looks really freaking good here. It's really difficult, but it just means that probably the safest blind for him that he felt okay with. I think that if this game goes awry for the Redbirds in the early part of the game, where they don't have the lead and necessarily want, as we go into that mid game, like you were talking about, that Jin is going to absolutely just hate his life. Yeah. But it's really upon the supporting cast, as we talked about for both these teams, jungle and support, Music and Barlow in particular on this side, to kind of embolden these carries to be able to get that foot on the gas right here for ISU.
And I'm glad you brought up jungle and support, because as we continue to kind of reflect both of these teams, like compare their builds, obviously like Shogo's a big veteran, right? Like Stray's been playing a while, but I still think about like the CLOL veterancy of both of these teams, like being in their jungle and support, right? Like Barlow's been around forever. Rhino's been around forever by this point. Music has been playing at a high level for a while now for CLOL, and then you have Keel, the tools, the knowledge he brings over. So it's so awesome that these are the matchups in that jungle support spot. But you saw, all you at home, the awesome work of Icefire and our producer after game 1, threw up some highlights. And as we're waiting for the speculation, let's go back down memory lane on that game 1 domination and talk through really what we want to see. I want to say what we want to see the Redbirds change up stylistically going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was like probably the best look from them. It was a well-executed dive, and even Meslo gets a little play right here. But I think, like right here, guys, look at this tower and look at where our team is. We cannot be fighting right here if you're ISU. You're not going to be first to the play. Yes, they get Rhino, but look at Shogo in this fight. Where does he come from? He's the flanking Kaisa right here. And he gets stunned and ulted, but he has barrier and ult right here, redirects himself. And Fadikan dies right here, and Keel of all people gets a quadra kill right here. You know, probably should have been someone else just because Zen, but no, I'm just kidding. And then you highlighted this in here. You know, Stray, the only play on the map, doesn't even end up going down out of this. So the only type of, we were praising ISU for doing cross maps earlier. because of some of their misclicks or just like not layering of CC correctly, they're not able to get anything, and that just furthers the lead that Ole Miss had going into these later fights.
Yeah, I mean, off the back of that straight play, they grabbed Dragons, tier 2 turrets, and at this point, when ISU came to fight and kept some of these fights decently close, it's the old adage of getting slapped with the wallet that Ole Miss has that is a lot more fat by this point. So I'm curious to see in game 2 with another Renekton on the board and potential to play for top side again if you are ISU to try and shut down Stray in this matchup. If we're going to get shades of game 1, because Stray, you called it out, he was the target on the side for a lot of these cross-map plays. But again, if he once again just survives and thrives a bit, we're talking about a rise for Asila again, and now a Smolder. It really gets even harsher giving up so much to try and kill Stray off. And that's why we want to show these highlights, because there are some similar struggles that could show up for the Redbirds in game 2, just like game 1.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the only difference here is and this may have been some of the rationale for the Gen pick, right? To where maybe they do want to heavily focus on that top side. Obviously, Sejuani with your melee champion in the Mbessa right there into the Renekton, right? Which we have, talked about being a Renekton favored matchup right there. Obviously, it's getting picked into it twice, and not even just here, but in tiers across the, the globe right now. That might be something that we're looking at focusing for the side of ISU here. But it was such a super clean game for Ole Miss, honestly. Again, not truly a fan of seeing Shogo on something that has to kind of wait to get going and rolling. But I am a fan that we didn't see the Poppy in the bot lane, and that we do see Rhino back on the Rakan. And Poppy to me is more of the Keel champion, because he'll be able to find some weird and creative angles to kind of stop some of the aggression that we might see from ISU.
And it's important to remind everybody of the stakes of this one. There is no elimination in this matchup, but again, Ole Miss and ISU, these rosters came together to compete in Raleigh, to play for a championship, to try and knock off the big bad of MBU. And staying in the upper bracket is paramount to building momentum and building success. Ole Miss are going to look to get to match point, series point, and top 8, looking over the horizon if they get game to win. But the Redbirds are here to compete, and compete they will on Summer's Rift, as we have our same sides, and we're back to that same start as we eye a potential series tie-up from Illinois State University.
Yep, I do agree. Shout out to everyone watching and stuff right here, and also the He Is Salty Runback. If you want to support Collegiate League of Legends or Division 2 League of Legends, make sure to give a like and follow, by the way, as well as, maybe looking at the Patreon and subscribing to that, which I am a member of, and I love CLOL office hours. I heckin' love CLOL so heckin' much. But yeah, so looking at this, pretty normal. I would be so super shocked.
Jogo.
Oh man.
That's all right. That's the power of the Jhin. The setup, right? He starts.
No way we flash, right?
Fontacon's gonna flash after. He's gonna wait out the barrier, get the crit shot through the heel. A disaster start for Shogo. Fontacon grabs first blood, and the Redbirds already looking to really brawl it out in this game too. As Barlow gets the flash out of Asila as well.
Okay, Fatikon asks if you can count to 4, and he shows you it right there as he picks up 1 for himself. And man, Barlow right there, he's getting 2 flashes, makes Meslow's lane a little bit easier. He's down in the, health department right here, but man, really nice stuff coming out from the side of ISU. They get a nice little early advantage for now, which makes their laning phase just a little that much easier.
And they added some time to the ticking time bomb of Smolder as well. Just Shogo. They're going to be down both Summers by this point. I don't even know how easy it is for him to walk up to this wave. The Deadly Flourish start definitely nerfing some of the damage and wave cut down Foxconn can get, but Rhino is going to have to sacrifice a lot of his health every time Barlow's dredge line comes up.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, camera. Channel flash, and it was really just channeling to take us back top lane. But it's just really nice. I think there's something about teams that are of similar level where the adaptations may be like really minute, but that you can see that that was another premeditated kind of thing. We praised Ole Miss for their kind of first sequence of play in the last one with the keel full clear into gank towards mid. And I think that you should do the same here for ISU, as they were, you know, obviously.
Oh my God, Barlow is an animal right now, looking for these dredge lines. I mean, sure, Shogo and Rhino, they do cancel the back, but Fodicon and Barlow,
Yeah.
they feel comfortable not having to reset. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah. As we do see one reset coming in for Asila here, mid lane, and follows in kind. Just a tier and just some boots right here. But with that being said, I would love to see Music try to punish the flash of this Rise, because the bot lane probably going to be harder to gank, even though you have better setup there with the Nautilus, as both junglers will be meeting on this bite side of the map, as they did do same side clears.
Good call up there, Sean. Both kind of just hovering, making sure no action happens. His Music does kind of potentially look for a gank here. Dredge line down low for Barlow, won't be able to find it. So first reset does go over towards Keel. They're both making their way towards the top side. Grubs are about a little over a minute out. First Dragon about a minute out, so we'll start to see where the priority lies there. Is Shogo and Rhino, I got to applaud them. They're doing a really good job trading off who tanks these deadly flourishes without the Jin passive. So they may be down, but they're doing as much as they can and not drop more kills.
Yeah, down but not out, and not so deadly flourishes for the side of Fadikan. You know, as you did say, they are kind of going back and forth of who's going to tank these and stuff, so they're not getting rooted. But it is kind of what you said with the comp, you know, why the Jin, you thought the Jin might get picked. It does help with some of the setup that is already there, as, you know, with these grub spawns right now, and Nautilus not actually basing. I thought he would base when they did that, but it's gonna. I think he is the one that I'm really looking for in Barlow to kind of break open this map during the time that these flashes are down, and whilst ISU kind of have this, you know, agency on the map.
They also have a growing lead in that top side. The one lane that remains the same, right, is this Ambessa Renekton matchup again. And for the second time, it may be small gold leads occurring, but that CS gap is just going to widen and stray. Feels as comfortable as ever into PCL's Ambessa.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, like, the gold lead, you know, obviously Fadikan has a little bit of a wave to pick up here, so the CS difference in bot, not big. While we do see, I think this is really interesting. I think this is more so to get Shogo in a place where he can just farm safely and maybe take some stacks off of the Ambessa, because you're trading out your strong lane to essentially get Shogo in a better place right now, as they're not really laning. But to me, that means if they want to match, then that Grubs is the thing that we're really looking to play for. But I wouldn't mind them actually just saying, all right, fine, this is what you want to do. We're going to do this drag take right here, and then we'll look to, you know, I hope they can take it fast enough to where they actually look to contest on the Grub take side. I don't want to see a split map of objectives here if I am the side of ISU.
Yeah, you could have maybe thought about like a potential dive onto Stray 3v1, but one Keel's obviously covering, and once level 6 ticks around, diving Renekton is such a dangerous game, so looks like for now they do have a window to contest those Grubs, right? They called the bluff of Keel, who had bot lane camps to clear. This first strike's going to go down. And we'll see if maybe PCL doesn't take too much of a licking. He does have teleport, and there's definitely a spot here for ISU to try and, at the very least, snipe away some Grubs or contest both these early neutral objectives. And again, this is the comp that needs to have the most agency early and mid-game.
Yeah, I feel like what's going to happen here is they're actually going to try to make a play onto this bot lane right here once Music is able to clear, because they did bring Barlow up here to kind of just protect PCL, who, I mean, like, if he wasn't farming well into the Renekton, it's going to be even harder.
Yeah.
You do see that TP go down bot lane where they're like, yo, I cannot, guy, man, what's going on?
Yeah, cannot play this matchup. So we're going to get the good old Aussie lane assignment by this point. And on cue, Keel will start off the Grubs. Hold on, Dredgeline interrupted there from Rhino, though. Barlow is caught. Barlow is completely caught in. Oh, not the flash! It stings my eyes. He was already dead, Sean. He was already so dead.
Oh, he was so dead. Yeah, that stings. And then also because of this, like, I love the attempt from Barlow where it's like, hey, I'm gonna try to delay their backs because like we just invested TP for my top laner, but like I don't like the flash afterwards. Like even dying for that, like you can still see the residual effects of that play, right? They burned the Rise TP, right? Oh, Fati.
Whoa, we're going. Whoa, we're going. Rhino just flew halfway across my screen because Fati got stepped up a little too far to the way, but who's the really one being tricked here? Flashes galore trying to set up the curtain call. Force shot, won't get it done, but Shogo still falls to the board. Music picks up the kill. That one went about as topsy-turvy as a fight can, and now the revenge of Barlow's here, and it goes as he flies away into the sky. Keeper's Verdict gonna limit it to 1 kill for the Redbirds.
Yeah, really, I mean, really nice. Fatikan also just waiting until essentially everything was taken. They're able to get one of these, so they do stop the kind of Grubageddon as it has been named, where you get all the 6 grubs and stuff like that. Really nice. I think that is, again, a residual effect of that Barlow stop, even though he died right there. But, you know, you get the kill. Yes, it's on you, Sejuani. I actually don't mind that. I think getting Heartsteel is, you know, really important here, especially with all the champions that she can proc it against. So really nice. Just put them in a 200 gold lead. Nothing to really like write home about, but as it stands right now, some nice plays coming up from both sides.
ISU definitely edging out the advantage in this early game, but we're starting to get to that point, Sean, where it's really important that they just compound it further. This mid game is do or die, I would honestly say, for ISU, given the current gold lead that they're holding on to.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I mean, I think it's actually Meslo that I'm going to be looking at when they get their first item power spike and how they play with the team, because I don't see anyone on the side of, you know, old Mrs. Comp who's like, you know what? I really love this long range artillery mate going to just like pump damage into my face. So if Meslo can get, you know, a nice big lead here, and they start fighting at this next Drake, which I'm sure is going to be something that they're going to be looking at as they probably want to stack these Drakes. I'm not sure which Drake it is. I don't remember seeing what the icon was, but, you know, something like a Mountain Soul or a Hextech Soul. Oh, it can't be Mountain. We've already taken that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I swear I have eyes. I swear I have eyes. Hextech would probably be the one I'd be looking at if I was the side of ISU to really hope that I get.
Man, proxying Renekton, this is a divisive decision, and a decision that is immediately punished. That is Feats of Warfare and a 2-0 music on the Sejuani.
Yep, truly music to the ears of ISU fans. As
there we go again. This is Fonticon with no summoners this time round. Does have barrier action picked back up as I have lied to you, but what I won't lie to you about is that's a shutdown to Shogo, who quietly grabs his second kill on his ticking time bomb, Smolder.
Yeah, for sure. Calling in the help of mom and friends right there. As I need to... I have a little bit of a lag. That's on me.
Yeah, I think...
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. I think the feed did. Feed's all good now by this point, and Smolder's feeling all good by this point as well. The Essence Reaver done for Shogo first.
Yeah.
By this point, 2-0. The stack check, thank you, production, up to 85. So not far away from that first upgrade. And we might have our first fight around this next dragon. I hear so many pigs being thrown down by this point, and the engage comes right on top of Rhino. The Death Brush works out for the Redbirds, who just pecked the eyes out of Keel and Rhino. Syla, though, is able to show up, and Shogo goes pretty untouched here, so the damage dealers got to carry the brunt here for the Land Sharks, but they just can't get close enough with Meslo and Fonticon buying enough space, and one pick should be enough for ISU to come away with the dragon stacking, and Fonticon hunting on the curtain call. Could not find Keel trying to do his Krugs, but I respect the effort.
I do too. I really question ISU's target selection there, as Barlow did use the dredge line onto Shogo, but with no follow-up. Also, Syla being there first made it look more Ole Miss favorably, but Meslo, when he gets there, Oh, Shogo.
Shogo. Oh, this is what we know Shogo for, pushing the limits of his kit, but boy, Spiraling Despair is going to punish him heavily. Mom comes down, but the crit shots are raining through. The burn gets it for Meslo.
Yeah, okay. Shogo kind of just did what Barlow did on the top side. Like, guys, I'm going to stop their back. Don't worry. It's totally fine. Oh, wait. Yeah, sorry about that. And his flash is still not off cooldown. So, like, that's a huge kill. And it goes over to the guy I was highlighting in Meslo, right? Meslo now is 102, and he will have that Blackfire Torch right now. I think the big thing is he doesn't have TP. He has to look to reset. He'll going to take at least 2 of these, I think, because he does have Keeper's Verdict available.
All right, gets one.
And they're not going to be first to this play because, yeah, Meslo is just homeless right now. He had to reset. So this is nice from Ole Miss to realize that they were first on the map. They had the ability. Resets had not come in for the side of ISU. But now even with these resets coming in, you know, gold is pretty much even. 5 grubs to 2 dragons, right? That's kind of where we're at right now. So if you're Ole Miss, feeling pretty good about it. But I do think, as you said, this Herald fight and this 3rd dragon fight, which we did get another Infernal. My goodness.
Yeah.
We just,
and you can really see, though, for this next dragon, this next dragon going forward, the items are just not at the point. This is what we're talking about for this mid game, where Ole Miss will feel really comfortable with a lot of these fights. Sila will be soon to that first item coming across the Roa or the Saras, whichever one it is. But ER is not going to cut it for just a Smolder alone by this point. On the other side, Fatakan is itemized into full lethality, so he's really going to pop in this mid game. The Hearthsteel's done for music, so he's going to get more and more tanky. You got the Eclipse for PCL. All of these first item spikes are a lot more powerful for ISU. But maybe just finding a catch is a good way to really mitigate that play. Keel has shown off his Poppy mastery. Meslo couldn't move, had no flash, and Keel gets him to dash back to the Great Scream. And Music's looking for a response on the bot side. Glacial Prison going to force Shogo's flash back on to cooldown. So no kill for the Redbirds, but a quality summoner down nonetheless.
Yeah, and a nice kill. I mean, I'm telling you, Keel currently is playing some of the best collegiate League of Legends we've seen of him since he was called Frosty Nomad on Columbia College, okay?
Throwback.
Yeah, mega throwback. Something that I think is just really interesting. You talked about this while we enter into a moment, I think, of just like creating objectives right now until this Drake comes up. Shogo has played on UST and Ole Miss. Rhino was at Florida State a long time ago before going to Team Liquid and is now at Ole Miss. Keel, Columbia College, Fisher College, and now Ole Miss. PCL of Maryville, previously. I think even of Robert Morris of the days of old. Meslo, GVU as well, and Barlow of Harrisburg. Like these are a lot of collegiate namestays that we've seen in here, and I think that speaks to the level of play that we're seeing and how even this game is. It's only separated by 1,000 gold here at 16 minutes as the Rift Herald has spawned, and we're 1 minute away from this Drake.
And it speaks even further to how every play is compounded, knowing these guys understand the stakes of this run, especially for ISU, as their program looks to sunset, hopefully with the championship. And they're getting back to game 1 ways, trying to find these kills here. But again, Stray, got to give this guy so much credit for how polished he is on the weak side. Ruins that dive, playing for the wave. And again, ISU struggle to kill off the Croc down south.
Yeah, I do think that that's really, really good by Stray. I also think that this is like, all right, we got it out. They obviously didn't commit for the dive because they realized that getting that ult down for this Drake fight in 20 seconds, yes, they give over the Rift Herald, and they'll also have to answer it as well. But him not having that against like Sejuani and the Hoi right here makes him essentially, as we talked about in game 1, alligator boots, right? Like,
right.
Yes, he's a croc. Don't correct me, chat. I get it.
No, that's a good point. That's a really important point to make, looking ahead, because we're not at the point in the game where old timers are short enough to really allow for that to be a big punish, but the dredge side is going to land for Keel as now as Ole Miss looks to make the play with the Herald in the mid lane. Keel using it to just knock up all of ICU. He actually cancels the curtain call. He's also going to knock down the turret. Keel is doing it all for Ole Miss, and look at how the fight turns here. PCL knocked out. The keeper's verdict throws 2 to the wayside, but the range of Meslo and Fonticon really shines through in the back end of this fight as the Severing Bolt gets 1 kill, forces Shogo into the waiting arms of Fonticon, who nearly pushes him towards the brink as well. Heroics from Keel, but they end up falling flat as the Redbirds narrowly win the fight.
Oh my god, that Rift Herald was sick from Keel. The top of the curtain call, but then the curtain kind of falls short for the side of Ole Miss, where it looked really Meslo and Fonticon able to, you know, pick up those kills on the backside, and that puts now ISU on Soul Point right here. 5-minute timer to fight this. It's a very kind of not as many kills and not as dominant as Ole Miss's game 1, but very similar, like, remnants of what happened in game 1, where the side of ISU, you know, they don't have the gold lead again, as I was talking about, and I would have to say Ole Miss has been better on the map, not necessarily needing to overload each side as their lanes are a bit more independent. But Fonticon, Meslo right here looking really, really good. I think some of the layering of the ults right there for both sides could have been a bit better, but we can actually get a stack count on Shogo right now.
Wow. All right.
192.
192.
Oh.
ISU making the plays they need to in this mid game as they get the Glacial Prison. Deadly Flourish doesn't land though, as Rhino does a good job body blocking, and this is where some panic might start setting in for the Redbirds. Yes, they have the Soul win condition, but we're approaching 20 minutes, and them not being in the gold lead is worrying, especially after checking those Smolder count.
Yeah, the Smolder count, he's at the point now where by the next fight that they have around a neutral objective, he's going to be available.
Oh, Keel, though, getting caught by another Death Rush, the Depth Charge, the Dredge Line, all the Nautilus kit isn't enough. Keel says no. Keeper's Verdict knocks up 2, trying to set Shogo up for some damage, but he has to back out of the fight way too low. Curtain call, will it find its mark for Fonticon? No! All the bullets go wide, and look at Stray on the backside, has dominance. Fonticon's way too scared, gets away from the public execution. Stray's trying to carry this fight all on his own. Blinking health bars, though, ruin it as the highlight pay falls flat for the Ole Miss top laner.
Oh man, Stray with like the flank of a lifetime. Jin just looking on and gets just massive amounts of damage, but unfortunately he has been set back a little bit further behind. Also did not go for the Eclipse first this time around, obviously because he sees the Sejuani on the other side, so you want to go for the more bruiser build. But man, that could have been massive for Ole Miss right there, as well as, you know, a little bit of missed opportunity from the side of ISU. They had previously already used that Glacial Prison to try to catch out Keel again in the top side, and it didn't, you know, lead to fruition right here. Is now we're going to be in this lull state until this drag. But what I want to look at right now, what are these summoner spells for the side of both of these teams, right? As we see that he is stacked up now.
Yeah, he is stacked up with the Glacial Prison down again onto Keel. This is the Poppy, though. Gotta be happy to eat some of these ultimates, and Fonticon maybe pushing his limits. He really wanted that last crit shot. Meslo flashing away from Rhino, the burn. Keel goes for the plant and gets the buckle. Again, Keel is just too slippery for ISU to deal with as they throw everything at him.
Oh my goodness, Keel living on absolute slivers of health here. And Barlow realizing, guys, it's gonna get really tougher fast. Juggle gets stacks. Side note, I hate the 4 ward thing. Oh my god, it's like one of the most broken things. I just saw that in that bush. I was like, why does it look so weird? Jin hates his life. Too. I hate my life. You know, oh god, deep ward my butt. Anyways, okay, summoner spells though for these fights, because I sometimes forget that Otacon exists. And this is the GA one again, correct?
No. We're on Ruinous, so we're looking for Petals and XP gain. So it's not as critical to play for as Voracious, but I'm glad you called out Summoners, because that flank from Stray may have not gotten kills, but it did get Fonticon off of Barrier and Flash for now. Shogo has that clear advantage, and maybe that's why ISU It's playing a bit slower out here towards this bot side, but Ole Miss are like, time to rev the engine. Hello, they drop straight to the middle of the entire comp with the silo. They section off Faticon. Menslow drops as well. What a call from the Land Sharks as they once again bare their fangs and barrel down ISU to the tune of 3-0.
Man, I was talking about Opticon, but Ole Miss said, no, we want Faticon. And they get him with his summoners down that you just highlighted right here, as they will actually end up going back to get the Otacon right here. And that's absolutely massive. I also think that, like, you look at the way that the map has been controlled by Ole Miss, as they actually decide against it. They want to get a reset in right here. I think it's smart because they realize if they do this, they're going to have to stay on the map for the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is really nice. Although Keel did get his, backstopped. He'll be a little bit later right here. Faticon still without that flash. Some of these ult economies won't be up at the spawn of Dragon, so it's upon both of these teams to kind of just wait it out, which I think they'll be happy to do unless they find an absolute pick onto some priority target.
Third item, Immortal Shield Bow comes through for Shogo, though, gets some extra safety. If the Seraphs comes back around for Asila, also has some extra shield to blanket him towards some of the bursts that ISU throws down. We talked about it from draft. ISU needed to find a big lead out of mid-game, and they're looking to try and once again lead into their pick comp straight with the dominance. Will not save him this time. Both teams trading pick potential blows, but this one could be the most critical one as ISU holds a 5v4, and if they knock down this Drake, they'll have Infernal Soul, free 25 minutes, just what they need to survive this scaling threat. But Keel's trying to even the odds. Keeper's verdict sends Vessels out, and Keel immediately flashes in. He's going all out for PCL. Does Asila have enough damage, though, with Shogo on the flank? Shogo is just burning through all of these health bars, and it's Ole Miss that are chasing down a Game 2 victory that they desperately need. Shogo, the big-time player, shows up in big-time games for a huge triple, making a quadra kill. Oh, he's going for an all shot. I didn't even realize Menzel was here. It's not a quadra, it's not a triple, it's a pentakill for Shogo.
Shogo with the proudest mom on the now it's pentakill as she sees it from the skies and says that dragons are more dominant in the skies than Redbirds ever could hope to be, as a pentakill comes through for Shogo. Soul denied. Huge keeper's verdict from Kill in that last fight. Man, that's going to be plays, as I think that was the changing moment right there. Even after Stray goes down, they get Otacon, they stop the Soul stacking right there, and they are now in a commanding lead. 8,000 gold here at 25 minutes.
The alarm bells are ringing. The Shogo timer has come and passed. This guy is Exodia. It's just terrifying. He is so fed. He is nearly at 4 items. And for all we've talked about how Ole Miss has evolved, right? From a team that struggled to hold leads through a ton of CLOL games. Their highest finish has been top 8 since the program has been founded. They bring in Keel, to be that voice in the jungle. Asila as well. Barlow, hold on, make me stop my words. They have a big pick onto the very mentioned young prodigy mid laner for Ole Miss, but he won't drop, and Shogo's here to save him again. Stray and Shogo just pop ISU like a balloon. Even when the Redbirds think they found a tasty treat, all they're gonna give is Shogo nearly his second pentakill of the game if Meslo doesn't ruin it.
Oh my gosh, it just, you see, that's a wallet diff right there. I thought they had caught out Asila right there. I thought you caster cursed him to heck right there. But no, he still survives long enough for the rest of his team to show up. Meslo, again, the guy I'm like highlighting to be the one that's supposed to carry these fights, not a part of the last fight because of the keeper's verdict, and not a part of this just because he wasn't in place. Gonna die right here as he's trying to stop this.
Man. Here's your caster.
Yeah, yeah. Well, caster, I hardly know her. All right, so now that just means I'm doing my job right? That's like
that's
how
actually
this, right?
so true. That's exactly.
Okay.
Welcome.
welcome to the club. Woo, thanks. We meet on Saturdays. But it's just at this point now, I still think that the big thing for Ole Miss is now you have the scaling in your advantage. You have to keep Shogo upright. As we see the Fnatic Death Bros coming out from ISU.
What else do they do at this point? They have let the scale comp go to infinity, and they really just can't compete by this point. So they go back to the same well. That is exactly how the last fight started, and it's the same result. Thanks to Keel knocking out the other 2 members of ISU with a clutch keeper's verdict. So down goes Barlow, and Stray is just popping dominance in the face of music, says you cannot protect Fatakan. You have to pay a summoner's price toll. Curtain call is coming out though, as we do see the public execution lands right on top of Shogo. They left the opening and PCL kicks down the door. Ole Miss, what do they look like without Shogo? Is the wall of death going to be enough without the big bad dragon? Foxconn certainly doesn't think so. PCL dashing in as well. Music trying to use the turret to their advantage. Stray doesn't have dominance, doesn't carry. He's trying to flank, but PCL shuts him down. The Redbirds have life.
Oh my goodness. That mid tower's still up?
My God.
That's the first tower for ISU here at Keel.
Fatakan, you wanted the turret, you got it, but Keel says it's coming at a price. But this time we're finally seeing PCL on this Mbessa really start to rear some serious damage back towards the Land Sharks. Grabs himself a double kill, kills 5 and 6. It's gonna slow down the pace of this game for at least the next minute or so.
Oh my goodness. Crazy. Also, I think Poppy Ultimate is one of the funniest things ever. Just to see Barlow go in and be like, all right, guys, y'all behind me. 2 of his teammates just woo, all the way away from Keel knocking them out. But man, finding Shogo, he didn't have flash up. Meslo TP's in, and PCL finding him with that public execution, dry on a, key target of Shogo right here. Still a big gold lead, right? Let's not kid ourselves. They're still in the driver's seat. Smolder has scaled, and there's still even more scaling to be done for the likes of Rise. But if PCL can find that backline access with the likes of Barlow and Meslo is able to pump out this damage, I still think that what ISU has drafted can deal with some of what we see from Ole Miss.
Sounds like it's going to take a miracle angle, or maybe even a mistake in the protection plan for Shogo to really burn them. Speaking of burning, Infernal Drake comes up once more. Last time round, Shogo grabs 5 kills. Keel with the clutch keeper's verdict grabs him the dragon. This time, he doesn't get the keeper's verdict off on the first pull, so nobody's getting ejected from the fight. And PCL has Asila in a 1v1 up towards the top side, but Asila's winning it. Keel's flying in once again. Watch for Shogo in the back of the blue buff pit, but he doesn't care. With his back against the wall, he just slams all the enemies in front of him home. Asila is picked off and traded for Barlow, but look how hurt, look how bad ISU are aching after that brawl.
Yeah, PCL gonna be TPing in. He doesn't have the ultimate. Stray also, a lot of ult burning, but Shogo fairly low right here. Doesn't have flash.
Fatakan flashing away from Rhino, but they bought enough space for Shogo once more. They try to throw Keel in, but the Wolves bite him down. Shogo flashing, finds the first Q, gets away from the curtain call. Expert positioning from Shogo as he steps up to bring the fight home once more. Shogo's damage is unfathomable by this point, and he is willing Ole Miss across the finish line. Auto after auto, Q after Q. Look at the fear in Fatakan and PCL's eyes, but finally PCL says, screw it, I'm going in and I'm sent Fatakan up for an ace. This game is banger certified as the Redbirds find the critical ace they needed.
Oh man, nice play from PCL right there to kind of Fatakan accidentally hit his 4th shot on that plant. I thought that was going to be it. Shogo, no summoners now. They're gonna pick up the Infernal Soul, which is huge for the likes of Jin, and for this way, it's gonna help out obviously PCL as well. But now that means 2 things. 1, Baron is the main thing that we're looking at right now that we're gonna be fighting over for these next 5 minutes. But if that doesn't end the game, you think Elder Drake equals Shogo at this point? Whoever gets that has to win the game. And if it's ISU, it's basically Shogo's dad versus Shogo's mom at that point.
And knowing Elder with Smolder too. I don't have the math in front of me on the statistics of 1 games with that combination, but
I think it's a lot.
Tell you it's pretty high. Yeah. Good old Elder flips, but Baron has been the woe of many teams. I'm sure both Ole Miss and ISU have had their fair share of problems around the pit. But Sean, here, is this a spot if ISU could get set up first, which they're struggling to do? You like the range that Jin and Hui bring around a Baron pit?
Yeah, I do, but the problem is Hui is not a part of this. Meslo, where are you, Mike? You to be a part of these setups because he has the abilities that make the catch from the Jin have easier access, right? As Keel's just gonna poppycopter. Oh, well, that channel. I thought he was about to get destroyed right there.
Look at these side lanes. I mean, this is the problem for ISU. They've top and bot to respond to. So Ole Miss perfectly execute the macro on the map, and now they're going to benefit from the Baron. But they see the TP from Meslo and they're like, all right, you guys still don't have control over side lanes, and now you've TP'd Meslo in. We could just restart it again and maybe try and find a Keeper's Verdict to throw somebody out, but it does get canceled. Keel does get the Keeper's Verdict out. PCL wanted to get Stray, but he only finds Shogo. The Dragons fire, burning down PCL, and now that one threat onto the backline down for ISU, but Barlow's still going forward. You're only going to find Rhino. They get the depth charge onto Shogo, but Shogo's untouched. So is Asyla. Though with the damage dealers, the heroes in this game for Ole Miss can try and churn and burn. But their front line is hurting. The current call is coming out here, and the shot finds Stray at the very tip of the range. And we lose both of our top laners. No Baron even needed.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. May have been a Music throws his ult into Narnia in the middle of that fight at his own team. I think if he had that up, that fight looked so much different. So the fact that it was just a 1-for-1 right there, I think is huge for the side of ISU, as those blinking health bars with, Shogo's execute looked like it might have been game for them. As they're going to start up this Baron right here with Keel in the vicinity. Doesn't have Keeper's Verdict available, though.
No, and Stray is still 10 seconds away, and Keel is caught first. Fontagon finds a kill. PCL gets onto Shogo with that public execution. Rhino's able to save Shogo, but he's going to pay for it with his own life, completely sectioned off. This Ambessa pick we were worried about, showing its true colors. Somehow, Fontagon dies to Shogo off of the Q bounce, but it doesn't matter because they pick him off, and Asyla's next to fall. The turrets, will they trade out some of these kills? Yes, Barlow will fall, and look at straight towards the top. He teleported for a flank, but now he's got no friends left in the industry. He's completely alone, and he has to scramble to cover for the base that ISU is knocking down one by one.
ISU should be able to get this inhibitor. Also, PCL. We've been talking about him in both. Not a great game. But this mid and late game from PCL, finding these public executions onto Shogo, and then essentially also just zoning out and killing Rhino, taking the backline into his own hands, has been huge for ISU in these fights. As we're going to get another fight around Baron, or they're just going to say, screw it, we're going to flip it at Elder so someone can finally win the damn game.
We're about to get, we have full build Shogo, and we have Fontagon, who has gone for a more scaling route on the Jin after the Youmu's. Likely to complete an
item IE, my god.
Yeah, so we hyped up these bottom lane, these marksmen, and now they are about to be full items, ready to bear down, and even with ISU kind of finding a comeback here. They're going for the death brush, but Fontagon, he's a Narnia himself. That is the freest pick ever. You left your 80 carry alone on an island, and you do that against Ole Miss. You're going to give up a hole of a hell lot. Keeper's Verdict knocks 3 away from the Baron pit. 1 kill on a Fontagon might have just lost this game for the Redbirds.
I mean, it definitely gives over Baron. Fontagon will be up. He will not have flash. What a fantastic flank by Stray there as well. Fontagon feeling like he was the one who was setting the trap with his team in that line brush, but he was the bait as Rhino and Shogo forced that engage mid lane while Stray had the flank right there. Again, he will be up for this. There's 40 seconds until the Elder. That Baron not being a game-ending one, huge. But the thing here is, are they going to try to stall to where, the likes of Ole Miss with these 5 grubs and Baron look to just try to end this game and not even go for an Elder flip, as this blue buff is not yours music.
They don't want an Elder flip. They want the game now. They smell blood in the water, and they're just going after Music and Barlow because tanks mean nothing to the might of level 18 Rise and Smolder. That is the 21st kill of the game for Shogo.
Yeah, man, that feels so bad. If that's the way this game ends, it just feels so bad.
Oh,
but
maybe it isn't. But look at the value the Zhonya's gets from Asyla. He drops a Spelling Despair. The Deadly Flourish means nothing. Asyla's Stasis might have just put the finishing touches on this game, and Shogo knows it. Flashing over the wall and not a care in the world. Finds his 22nd kill of the game. An absolute climactic banger. Pushes us to the brink of 40 minutes on Summoner's Rift. But critical mistakes for the Redbirds, capitalized on by the Land Sharks, who are on series point, looking to go top 8 in CLOL 2025.
What a great game from Ole Miss to basically, weather the storm that ISU was doing. Also, looking at this, only 4 towers taken by ISU, with the majority of them coming in the later part of that game when Baron had already spawned. So map control, while they were getting kills in that early game, was still in Ole Miss's favor. Shogo, having just the smolder game of a lifetime, even with all the backline threats that were going on top of him, really kind of, I don't know, it's like not melancholy, but I have like a weird feeling about how that game ended, where I felt like we should have gotten that Elder fight or something like that, but dying over blue buff.
Yeah, we're dying over blue buff. That last sequence, the last minute and a half, really just stings. But let's show off the biggest highlight play here. Is Ice Fire has done it again with some of the highlights he's able to pull. Everybody soak in. And if they knock down this Drake, they'll have Infernal Soul, 325 minutes, just what they need to survive the scaling threat.
Look at Keel, though. I highlighted Mezzo this whole time.
Mezzo's out, and Keel immediately flashes in.
And then Shogo, again, flanking AD carry must be the new meta in 25, because he's done it multiple times. And it has paid to fruition. He takes the Rise ult. He's going to get 1 kill right there. Flap, 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 clap, clap, clap. Doing his best Jimmy Neutron Bolby impression right here. As he gets the, pentakill right here. Meslo comes back. He's like, guys, don't.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, pentakill. Mom's clapping from the skies. I love the way that we're seeing Ole Miss play around their carry right here, and also just some of the angles he's able to find, because his team is essentially just doing their job. They're buying space, right? Keel in both of these games. Stray, as we saw later on, when that flank right there in the mid lane, they got Faticon's flashes down that kind of gave them that Baron into the game-ending push. Just the supporting cast doing really well, and Shogo has always been the guy who could make it happen, and is showing it right here, right now.
Big time players step up in big time games, and Shogo might just be the poster boy for that statement in collegiate by this point. Ole Miss up 2-0 over ISU, who are looking to try and scatter back a game and fight back in this series, but they'll have to do it in reverse sweep fashion. We're going to go to another break here, but on the other side, ISU will have side selection available to them as they are staring down the long fall to the losers bracket. And Ole Miss only need one more push to send them there. We'll see you guys after the break.
Yeah, so looking at this, pretty normal. I would be so super shocked.
Jogo.
Oh man,
That's all right. That's the power of the Jhin. The setup, right? He starts.
No way we flash, right?
Faticon's gonna flash after. He's gonna wait out the barrier, get the crit shot through the heel. A disaster start for Shogo. Faticon grabs first blood, and the Redbirds already looking to really brawl it out in this game too. Is Barlow
of that play, right? They burned the Rise TP, right? Oh, Fati.
Whoa, we're going. Rhino just flew halfway across my screen because Fatigon stepped up a little too far to the way, but who's the really one being tricked here? Flashes galore trying to set up the curtain call. Forced shot, won't get it done, but Shogo still falls to the boar. Music picks up the kill. That one went about as topsy-turvy as a fight can, and now the revenge of Barlow's here.
To the ears of ISU fans, As
Here we go again. This is Fontagon with no summoners this time round. Does have barrier actually picked back up, as I have lied to you, but what I won't lie to you about is and the engage comes right on top of Rhino. The Death Brush works out for the Redbirds, who just pecked the eyes out of Keel and Rhino. Syla, though, is able to show up, and Shogo goes pretty untouched here, so the damage dealers got to carry the brunt here for the Land Sharks, but they just can't get close enough with Meslo and Fontagon.
Made it look more Ole Miss favor, but Meslo, when he gets there, Shogo.
Oh, this is what we know Shogo for, pushing the limits of his kit, but boy, Spiraling Despair is going to punish him heavily. Mom comes down, but the crit shots are raining through them. A lot more powerful for ISU. But maybe just finding a catch is a good way to really mitigate that play. Keel has shown off his pop to really allow for that to be a big punish, but the Dredge Slide's going to land for Keel now as Ole Miss looks to make the play with the Herald in the mid lane. Keel using it to just knock up all of ISU. He actually cancels the curtain call. He's also going to knock down the turret. Keel is doing it all for Ole Miss, and look at how the fight turns here. PCL knocked out. The Keeper's Verdict throws 2 to the wayside, but the range of Meslo and Fontagon really shines through in the back end of this fight as the Severing Bolt
have around a neutral objective. He's going to be available.
Oh, Keel, though, getting caught by another Death Brush, the Depth Charge, the Dredge Line, all the Nautilus kit isn't enough. Keel says no. Keeper's Verdict knocks up 2, trying to set Shogo up for some damage, but he has to back out of the fight way too low. Curtain call, will it find its mark for Fontagon? No! All the bullets go wide, and look at Stray on the backside, has dominance. Fontagon's way too scared, gets away from the public execution. Stray's trying to carry this fight all on his own. Maybe that's why ISU playing a bit slower out here towards the spot side, but Ole Miss are like, time to rev the engine. Hello, they drop straight to the middle of the entire combo. The sideline, they section off Fontagon. Meslo drops as well. What a call from the Land Sharks as they once again bare their fangs and barrel down ISU to the tune of 3-0. 5v4, and if they knock down this Drake, they'll have Infernal Soul. 3:25 minutes, just what they need to survive this scaling threat. But Keel's trying to even the odds. Keeper's Verdict sends Meslo's out, and Keel immediately flashes in. He's going all out for PCL. Doesn't Syla have enough damage, though, with Shogo on the flank. Shogo is just burning through all of these health bars, and it's Ole Miss that are chasing down a Game 2 victory that they desperately need. Shogo, the big-time player, shows up in big-time games for a huge triple, making a quadra kill. Oh, he's going for an all shot. I didn't even realize Meslo was here. It's not a quadra, it's not a triple, it's a pentakill for Shogo! Keel, to be that voice in the jungle, Syla as well. Barlow, hold on, make me stop my words. They have a big pick onto the very mentioned Young Prodigy mid laner for Ole Miss, but he won't drop, and Shogo's here to save him again. Stray and Shogo just pop ISU like a balloon, even when the Redbirds fight started, and it's the same result. Thanks to Keel knocking out the other 2 members of ISU with a clutch Keeper's Verdict. So down goes Barlow, and Stray is just popping dominance in the face. The music says, you cannot protect Fontagon. You have to pay a summoner's price toll. Curtain call is coming out, though, as we do see the public execution. Lands right on top of Shogo. They left the opening, and PCL kicks down the door. Oh, Ole Miss, what do they look like without Shogo? Is the wall of death going to be enough without the big, bad dragon? Fontagon certainly doesn't think so. PCL dashing in as well. Music trying to use the turret to their advantage. Stray doesn't have dominance, doesn't carry. He's trying to flank, but PCL shuts him down. The Redbirds have life. Round, Shogo grabs 5 kills. Keel with the clutch Keeper's Verdict grabs him the dragon. This time he doesn't get the Keeper's Verdict off on the first pull, so nobody's getting ejected from the fight, and PCL has a Syla in a 1v1 up towards the top side, but Syla's winning it. Keel's flying in once again. Watch for Shogo in the back of the blue buff pit, but he doesn't care. With his back against the wall, he just slams all the enemies in front of him home. Syla is picked off and traded for Barlow, but look how hurt. Look how
have the ultimate. Stray also, a lot of ult burning, but Shogo fairly low right here, does have flash.
Fontagon flashing away from Rhino, but they bought enough space for Shogo once more. They try to throw Keel in, but the Wolves bite him down. Shogo flashing, finds the first Q, gets away from the curtain call. Expert positioning from Shogo as he steps up to bring the fight home once more. Shogo's damage is unfathomable by this point, and he has a willing Ole Miss across the finish line. Auto after auto, Q after Q. Look at the fear in Fontagon and PCL's eyes, but finally PCL says, screw it, I'm going in and I'm sent fire. Fatakan up for an ace. This game is banger certified as the Redbirds find the critical ace they needed. Can try and churn and burn, but their front line is hurting. The current call is coming out here, and the shot finds Stray at the very tip of the range. And we lose.
Keel in the vicinity doesn't have Keeper's Verdict available, though.
No, and Stray is still 10 seconds away, and Keel is caught first. Fatakan finds the kill. PCL gets onto Shogo with that public execution. Rhino's able to save Shogo, but he's going to pay for it with his own life, completely sectioned off. This Ambessa pick we were worried about, showing its true colors. Somehow Fatakan dies to Shogo off of the Q bounce, but it doesn't matter because they pick him off, and a Silas next to fall the turrets. Will they trade out some of these kills? Yes, full items ready to bear down, and even with ISU kind of finding a comeback here. They're going for the death brush, but Fatakan, he's a Narnia himself. That is the freest pick ever. You left your 80 carry alone on an island, and you do that against Ole Miss.
Yeah, man, that feels so bad. If that's the way this game ends, it just feels so bad.
Oh, maybe it isn't, but look at the value the Zanyas gets from Asyla. He drops a Smiling Despair. The Deadly Flourish means nothing. Asyla's stasis might have just put the finishing touches on this game, and Shogo knows it. Flashing over the wall and not a care in the world, finds his 22nd kill of the game. An absolute climactic banger pushes us to the brink of 40 minutes on Summoner's Rift, but critical mistakes for the Redbirds capitalized on by the Land Sharks, who are on series point, looking to go top 8 in CLOL 2025.
What a great game from Ole Miss to basically,
Welcome everybody back to the Salty Runback's continued coverage of the upper bracket of the CLOL League of Legends Championships, where Ole Miss are looking to sweep out the Redbirds and prove that the NECC clears the North if you are not named Maryville. But they will do it on the red side here, Sean, as ISU are looking to maybe switch things up and just play what I would think is their best blue side draft.
Yeah, and I think they have identified one, which has been this Rise. And I think they may even drop the Xin Zhao ban for this and look to pick it for themselves, which, something that music... Commerce smart! There's a smart boy. Both these coaches very, very smart. I am glad to see that we have some draft adaptations, though, at least in terms of, not just champions pick, but side select as well. There's just a natural change that happens when that goes on. I would hate to have watched 3 games in a row that were really, really close and then have I wonder what would have happened if they would have swapped and the priorities could have changed, as the Varus ban still being prominent right there for the side of Ole Miss.
Don't want to let that premier 80 carry through to Fatakan, but Where is TJ's head at? Is becomes the question for this B1. You got to think, going on the blue side, thinking the bans will look pretty similar. You have an ideal B1 pick. The Mbessa is still up.
Maokai?
If you want to PCL Mbessa. Guys, I was kidding. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So that is 3 drafts in a row where the first pick for ISU is Mbessa.
Well, I think we know what ISU's read on the meta is. Mbessa, yes. Good. I am expecting Renekton Maokai coming out here for the side of Ole Miss, honestly. I think it would be really, really good to get that down. The Renekton's a cheat. I'm not calling anything we haven't seen. We've seen it 2 games in a row. If it would have changed, I would have been more shocked. But the only thing that may stop Ole Miss from picking it here on 2 is the likelihood of that ISU could answer with like Sejuani Silas at that point. And then you're giving Silas the Maokai ulti as well. And it, then you're playing like maybe like Syndra or Lissandra Vex, which are some of the Silas champions that you're playing into right there.
Maokai not going to be the pick here, so they get the Talia. He's always good at, creating space, finding picks, as a great secondary engage. Look to see if Ole Miss try and build a, maybe Rhino. You can see, I know the pairing's always Knowledge Dredgeline into Seismic Shove. That's a great way to find first picks, but a map control champion for Asila, and the way you had some of those Realm Orbs going for the Rise, it's in the same vein, but my lord, what is TJ cooking up? That is a Meslo Zed. Zed is picked. That might be the first Zed I've ever casted. I'm not going to lie to you, John.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has been seeing some play a little bit. I know another C team of Winthrop with Sword has been playing some Zed, but I really like this so far, just in terms of spice level. But now, also, I do like Music on Lilia. I think this is one of his better champions. We've seen it on his time in Blue Otter. When you put the ball in Music's court, he can make a symphony, okay? Right. As opposed to, being this facilitator, which he didn't do a bad job in as the Sejuani. I just think this is more, I find that his bread is buttered for a player like Music. Give him the agency, the one to be able to have the carry champion right there. And I think it's really, really good against what's showing right here from Ole Miss.
First time in a draft, though, Sean, that we don't full pick topside everywhere and then go into the second phase banning 80 carries. The first time we see Rhino. It's still pretty close, folks. We just only have a support pick instead of a jungler. So does that warp the bans in the second phase at all? Nope, because the 80 carry matchup is Fatagon versus Shogo, which means if you get second phase and you don't pick 80 carries, we are banning, 480 carries potentially.
Yeah, 480 carries. I am a bit interested because at this point now, we've always seen the 80 carry being the one that's picked on 4 here and support having the counter, right? This also means that now ISU should have counter in the bot lane to try to get some agency now that they see it is the Rakan. So maybe you're looking at the likes of a Leona or a Rel. There's no way we're picking Karthus here. Okay, Pantheon is exactly what I thought.
Yeah, I like Pantheon. I like Pantheon a lot. It's been very popular as a jungle champion in the LPL as well. So I got to show some love towards the one of the regions that inspires a lot of the picks as they come down. So the Pantheon gives. I like this playmaking ability though. Again, the mid jungle duo. The new additions to the Land Sharks are looking to be pivotal with the Weaver's Wall and the Grand Starfall, and a lot of disruption that makes me very scared of a Misfortune lock-in. We're going for the Lilting Lullaby bullet time, but MF is a sitting duck into this Ole Miss comp, I feel like, Sean.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Jhin Glaze. I know you absolutely despise this champion. So
I think it's a bait champion sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no he's gonna lock in the I know it is. It's actually
Shogo, Draven, and Meslo Zed the same game.
Yeah, I think I like the Ashe, however, better. Also, the Pantheon, really, really good. We've seen the likes of Weber pull this out. Tristana would be great. Yes. Okay, that's actually so much better. So much better. Have a little bit of self-peel for all the dive that you're going to be experiencing, right? I think Ole Miss really have cooked up this draft, but I do think that this is probably the best chance that the Redbirds have had from a draft standpoint, because I think Lilia into all these melee champions is really, really good. I also think that the later this game goes, that Zed can look to just continually side lane. I'm with you on the MF pick, by the way. Yeah, the lilting bullet time, not necessarily the easiest thing to make happen, but if it works, we might be going to a game 4.
I just keep thinking. I always think it's like, how much is going to be available to interrupt, right? And you've got from a very technical standpoint. I know there's some of these scenarios won't really ever play out, but you have Renekton stun, you have Talia seismic shove. That's the big one. Rakan, charm knockup, that's going to be constantly coming. Rhino's going to be looking for that. Pantheon, like Grand Starfall diving through for flanks. He has a stun. Even at Shogo, if he wants to, can cancel a bullet time with a buster shot. So I understand that Misfortune as a champion is very good in lane, very good base damage, scaling with her build. She has a ton of just damage. But execution is difficult on this champion against you can get away with it against mid-level teams, but against Ole Miss, the way they're playing right now, the way they're executing fights right most of the time, I fear that Fatikan is kind of just going to get pigeonholed. And for a guy that's so expressive on like Kaisa, Callista, like champions, he gets banned away from him, putting him on MF when your upper bracket lives are on the line does worry.
Yeah, and to your point about some of that execution, we can go back to some of the highlight packages that we had here to see how that transpired in the previous game, and kind of setting up for what we're looking at this one, where I really thought that the level 1 here from ISU was just so good. Obviously they get some kills, they get the flash off Shogo, they get the flash off of Syla right here, and you're kind of thinking, all right, new look ISU, they're not going to let the domination of Ole Miss in game 1 kind of get to them,
right?
But as you see later on in this, I think it's just some of like the misfirings or mistimings, and then also just good punishes by the side of Ole Miss, especially on, we're hyping up this 80 carry matchup of Fatigan and these later game team fights that kind of just really showed why we're even a bit hesitant about this Misfortune pick, her being so immobile with them having that point and click CC and the engage that they do with Rhino on his 3rd game of Recon.
He's been looking pretty clean with it. But like you point out from the draft, and I'm glad we're getting music on Lilia, because I do think that while music didn't necessarily have like a bad Sejuani game, a fine Sejuani game, Keel's Poppy was the unsung hero, setting up for why Shogo gets all this space to do all this damage. So a music masterclass. We've called it out. This guy knows how to play calm in the most pressurized of situations. Especially, I mean, you called out some of the, the Blue Otter days, like some of the games he's shown up in for Blue Otter at the NACL level is absolutely ludicrous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hoping we get a game like that from music, because the way Keel's playing, like Keel looks like in peak form that I remember him from the TLC days. If we get peak music too to try and extend this series, we're eating good, Sean.
No, I agree. As we see peak Keel just that Rift Herald is a Rift Herald of all time. That honestly, that's a very LPL. Like, oh, I'm trying to get out because I got caught. Wait, it looked really, really good. Wow. All planned. But it's I do think, Lilia versus this. I think she's gonna the big thing about Lilia, like why I like it here for music, is obviously because of a comfort champion, and like I know he's really, really good at it. But you have point and click stuns from Pantheon, from Renekton, right? I think that maybe if you're the side of ISU, you're like, okay, we have enough threats to where if they use any of these like single target CC, maybe someone else can pop up. Maybe it's the MF ultimate coming across. Maybe it's going to be, my Lilia being able to, get a lot of the stacks going down and do enough damage. Maybe it's Zed on the back line with Ambessa just destroying what Shogo's trying to do on this Tristan. That could be like the way here. This is the game turning fight for me. The first soul that we had, Keel knocking Meslo away, which leads to that Shogo Penta that we talked about right before the break.
This Penta's awesome because it's always gonna make me laugh when I think back to it because I got completely baited. I thought like, oh, this has got to be a quadra kill because I'm just like, Meslow's not gonna walk up to a very losing fight already, and then he just walks. He walks onto a pink ward like way too close. Like by the time Meslow is already knocked out, I think half his team dies. So I'm really just mesmerized.
Exactly. Trying
I guess
to
I'm just
salvage
coping
a
into
bad
saying this is a
situation.
fake pen. I guess I'm just coping and saying this is a fake penta for Shogo, which I don't mean, but it's always funny
Yeah.
to see the decision makings in those fights from players.
No, for sure. Yeah, I totally understand and get what you mean. Because at first I was like, "There's no way he's gonna." Oh, well, guess that's happening. But you can see even like right here, like there's objective bounties going on. Look at the amount of damage that Meslo was able to do. This is right after they found the pick, right onto Barlow. And there is still ways for them to win. Like they're gonna get the TP out of Meslo right here. They find Shogo on the back line with PCL's ultimate right here, right? As you know, Asila flashes over and they're still able to get on to Shogo right there. So I mean, shout out to the solo laners of ISU and these later game team fights for like really just doing as much as they can, especially PCL. I think he was probably one of the saving graces in some of these late game team fights. But man, you just we thought it was hard for Jin to play this past game. I think it's going to be very similar likes of Misfortune in this upcoming series.
Yep, definitely worries me some. But hey, again, it all this criticism goes to the wayside if they get that engage for the bullet time, right? There's no crescent guard to deal with to block it. You got the Rel is the premier Misfortune pairing in the bottom lane to set up bullet times, and then we talked about the sleep. So ISU, if they can execute fights, which like you called out in this game too, behind a lot of gold, they did find some pretty good angles to execute some of those fights. So if they get the Wombo down, it will win them whatever fight really given the stakes at this point. So it is available there. Just feels like a bit of a crutch nonetheless as we roll through the rest of these highlights, and as we potentially could be nearing the end of this series, I just would love to throw up the matchup graphic actually if we have it production to understand like the history of these programs, their highest highs, their lowest lows, and the stakes of this one. And I do know that at the very bottom left for Ole Miss, that does need to be corrected. Their best finish was top 8. They did not go number 1 the year before their program was founded. That would be a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, for sure. Winning CLOL before you do it kind of feels like saying champion that not the entire world plays. But it's I think the other thing with this matchup overview is also not just the stakes of this one tournament, but like what happens from this is Ole Miss obviously trying to continue to be a perennial esports program in our space, whereas Illinois State, unfortunately, will be sunsetting their program and maybe taking on the monocle of what happened the last time Ole Miss played against a team who was sunsetting their program in CLOL and then got reverse swept by then SLU, who then went on to win the entirety of the CLOL championship. And they're both North teams. So I'm not saying I have one nickel for when it happened. If I had 2, it'd be weird.
It would be. We're almost there. It's just that there is lower bracket. So ISU as things sunset, they will go down the lower bracket if they lose here. But I am throwing out if statements. That means it's hypotheticals. What is the reality? A long road back for the Redbirds as we are onto the Rift for game number 3, potentially the final time if the Land Sharks have anything to say about it. But we had some fun picks here. Meslow's on the Zed. We get that Lilia out of music. Drasana game for Shogo. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a messy one, I'm sure. But the big question remains over top. Who on ISU wants it most? Who will force this series into a game 4?
Yeah, for sure. And I think the big thing here for me as well is seeing one change is that Stray is going for Conqueror for the first time. this game into the Mbessa matchup where they've kind of matched just grasp each time. So that's just a little bit of different thing right here. But this mid game is actually really good for both teams. But I like the ease of execution from the side of Ole Miss, where they have these double semi-global ultimates and point and click CC. Like Taliyah Pantheon, I think if you're an old head, the first time you saw this, it was actually in bot lane, where it was support Pantheon and APC Taliyah, like going into some of these matchups. So this is now, you know, come to the mid lane here, as now they're going to split the map here. But
they're trapped. They're completely trapped. Barlow and Foxconn have read this. They're like, chickens are not free around here. You're gonna have to pay the price, Gil. Gil first one to flash out. Barlow very low as well. Shogo's hopping after him though with the W start. First blood goes to Foxconn. Both our AD carries have early gold, but Shogo and Asila, they're on the wrong side of the map, and Shogo only knows how to fight his way out. Shogo gets the double. Foxconn immediately answers with a double of his own. Pandemonium on the bot side to kick off game 3 when it's both marksmen with 2 kills apiece. And Asila wanting in on that action with Meslo, but Foxconn is here, and I spoke too soon. 5 kills before 2 minutes, Sean, and all 5 of them are on our AD carries.
You see that, everybody? My hands are up in the air, because what is it? It's cinema, baby. It's so good. I just love this. Ole Miss knows that they're stronger level 1, right, with this kind of comp, and also if they get the split map, this game is so hard for ISU to play because they have an advantageous map in top side, or advantageous matchup in top side. But now, Feats of Warfare and a Vamp Scepter already in the pocket of this Fortune, who, by the way, did not blow a single summoner. Yeah. All right. Now, Asila down TP and Flash, where Meslo. Okay, I guess Meslo just hasn't backed yet, because I was like, what the hell is this? All right, so anyway. But from there, like, this is another, again, in terms of just, like, items right now, the gold overall is not that big, but we need to see ISU do more with this than what they did in the previous game when they had that lead. Because I think as we come into this mid-game...
Go? Oh, my God. He flew in with the hop first. I mean, it chained well with Rhino. He gets the noggin before Foxconn can trade much damage back, but Shogo sees a 3-0 misfortune. He still likes his odds in the lane fighting. That's just the Shogo mentality.
What is the statement? I don't think this guy's ever seen a fight he doesn't want to take. Yep. Right? That's kind of essentially at this point. As I think though, like, it's a nice little trade that Vamp Scepter early is going to be really, really nice for Foxconn, as he's just going to be able to sustain through the rest of this lane. And I am really, really looking to see if they can punish this summonerless mid laner that we were talking about in both game 2 and right here, to try to get Meslo off the line here. Because if this Assassin Zed is able to get off the line right here, then I think the rest of the team for Ole Miss is going to have a hard time playing the game.
I wonder if, depending on how long the flash takes to come back up, Meslo might just wait here for to get to level 6. That's a little pushy, but if the flash is down when Meslo is level 6 with Ignite up and available and his flash, Sila is as good as dead, but that's a long ways away. In the present is a dive coming across. Barlow gets a double stun to try and interrupt this, and Foxconn flashes to safety, so it's actually Rhino that goes down first, and Music perfectly covers, so Shogo gets 1 kill. Can Fikil find a second? No, once again, the Land Sharks are punished for pushing too far into Redbird territory.
I mean, this is the results of that level 1. Foxconn had both summoners. And you see Shogo's barriers just coming off cooldown. They did not have all the summoners available as Meslo.
That was one. Hey, Sila has flash right there. That's another kill. But
yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, Meslo, as in his health bar, is so low right now. But yeah, I mean, like 6-0 for Foxconn.
I didn't realize Foxconn got all 3 of those ones as well. Oh, Meslo! Oh, he goes in with the Shadow 4, but Asila still makes it at least a trade. Good assist there from Music. Both mid laners drop.
Oh, man. Okay, and then now, for the first time, it's been all 3 games, but the blue team is the first one to initiate a lane. And I think it's now just because they like Foxconn, wherever he go, he's basically cosplaying Moon because he can go where, right? Wherever Foxconn is, he can do this. And I also think that PCL being able to get out of this matchup, right? It's the inverse of what we saw from game 2, where they were trying to give Shogo a better lane matchup. While he does have a harder time focusing against this range and stuff like that, I think it's just to push the advantage that you have right there. They're going to be able to get these grubs, which I think is really, really good in this stage of the game, and a lot of people don't want Tristana to have these grubs. So I love the moves from ISU right now.
Lean into your strongest character. You have a 6-0 misfortune. You put that MF wherever you want to make your side of the map home. So yeah, I like the call here. The problem is, Stray now gets to play the role, or PCL gets to play the role of Stray from the last 2 games, which means, hey buddy, we're diving ya. Public execution, gonna make sure the stun is interrupted a bit. Rhino though, juggles a turn aggro pretty well, and Stray picks it up seamlessly. So it took a while on that dive, but turret vamping up does not punish Ole Miss as they grab the kill.
Yeah, they do grab the kill, and they're able to pick up some plates here, but I think overall, this is going to be a net gold win for the side of ISU, just because you're sharing all that plate gold down the bot lane right here. As Meslo, level 6, you talked about it.
Meslo Zed, level 6, gets away from the turret. That's why Meslo Zed is known around North America. Solo Bolo, Styla didn't have a shot in the world.
Oh my gosh, level 6, and he also just ticked that over. Didn't even have Ignite for that play, by the way. So as this continues to go on, he's going to be getting that. It's going to be even as, you know, Asila to his namesake right now will be the stroller on the map. Cannot lane into this Zed, as he's going to be waiting to get that, you know, Seraphim base and the Zed be really, really defensive, which is kind of going to nerf damage as well.
Luckily, Talia, though, does get a lot of value, even with some lower damage numbers. So Asila can play that more supportive role. That's partially why I think that Talia was cooked up for this draft alongside the Renekton and the Tristana. But those dive threats onto the Tristana are now definitely growing, with Meslo starting to compound a lead. And every time I look at the scoreboard, I just can't take my eyes off Fatakan. This guy is 6-0. He has a Bloodthirster at before 8 minutes, Sean. If this is not screaming alarm bells to Ole Miss, I don't know what is. And especially with Flash down, I wonder when they were going to make a play for Fatakan, and right on cue, Grand Starfall, Heel finds the flank. Fatakan is the fattest pig at the county fair with that shutdown, and all of the gold goes to no one else but Shogo.
Yes, Fatakan, but without Flash, Fati can't, because he is going to be the one who is focused from the side of Ole Miss. I love the overload from Ole Miss right here. They're just trying to continually match this to where Stray is a part of these plays, and he's not getting taken down by their bot lane of ISU, who is the strong point right there. Nice shutdown going into the hands of Tristana right there for the side of Ole Miss. But now I think the big thing here, exactly this.
Here we go. Is this the bullet time combo? But Fatakan chills it as the knockup comes through for Rhino. Barlow put it on his silver platter, and Fatakan accidentally kicks it with his knee, but luckily Shogo is still going to end up falling to Fatakan. Barlow earns at least 1 kill.
Oh my god. I mean, Rhino's knock up into the buster shot for the likes of Shogo right here. It looks like Keel and Music.
Yep, Music. That blast cone betrays you, my friend, but luckily Lilia is just so pesky, and maybe Music was the one baiting all along, because you snap your fingers and both PCL and Meslo fly into the picture and knock Asila down for the 4th time. And Keel has to be careful. Walking up, just disrespecting Meslo's damage, who goes on a killing spree, but makes it a shutdown trade.
Yeah, this is, you know, what's so funny is ISU is playing very much. If Shogo kills him here, I'm gonna scream.
Why is Shogo there, Sean? That's why. Nobody wants Music to get that red buff. They threw so much at Music so he wouldn't get a red buff.
You know what? Honestly, as a jungler, respect. Love it.
Oh, we talked about the power of these global ultimates. So Syla grabs Flash off of PCL. It's always good to get those wins. Small wins, taking down Flashes, and Stray with more time on the bot side alone gets first turret for Ole Miss, who are quietly dead competitive on the gold department. We are We were separated by a couple hundred gold, and we had a 6-0 misfortune about a minute ago.
Yeah, and I think like that's kind of like the Jekyll and Hyde of ISU right here, or even of Ole Miss's of even early this year, where like you have this lead and you really try to force it, but then you ended up giving shutdowns, right? Bodycon had no flash right here. Bodycon still has no
Flash
he has
just
the barrier.
up now. The barrier is available, and this time ISU does a much better job protecting their very, very fed marksman, but at the very least, Ole Miss sending a message there, Sean, saying this is what the rest of the game's going to look like for you, Fatikan.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really nice. That's a nice answer by ISU right there. They actually do get the flash out of Shogo right there. Really, really important. As well as Grubs spawning right now with the low health bars. If they can get these 6 Grubs right here and then look to contest for this Drake that spawns, which again, second game in a row, we get a Mountain Drake first. If we get a third Infernal Soul here, I'm calling rigged. But I'm also really happy because both comps, again, you know, almost essentially zero frontline most of the time, so it's a lot of fun.
I think you just cast a Curses us into a Cloud Soul. I'm afraid now.
Hey, but you know what? I love Cloud Soul, so I'm about it. Especially Misfortune's gonna love it too, so she can get away from everybody.
We do have a Lilia too, right? Like there are some people with Cloud Soul that is fun, but I want a Hextech Soul or like an Infernal Soul. Those are always the most fun. I'm trying to like see over the wall. No Hextech Soul.
It's not a
Hextech.
Hextech. Oh my god, bro! It's gonna be a freaking Infernal Soul. I can just feel it. Sorry.
Or Cloud, or Cloud. Either Cloud's still
Dude, if it's Cloud, we're going to game 4. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, hey, right now the Redbirds are in a pretty good spot item-wise, right? The one item power spike. Is there an item that spikes harder at alone on first item than Eclipse? Because there's 2 of them done for PCL and Meslo, and I think that makes ISU pretty scary right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. And if you're of Cubby fan club, there is no item, especially upon completion, than Eclipse. As we do see both of those right there. Yuntal is completed for Shogo, though. I think that's really to look at as we may get a fight here.
He's almost, I mean, he's 2/3 components to IE as well. So Shogo bringing the damage soon, but the wall has been thrown up by Asila. Meslo's on one side of it, Stray's on the other. Everyone's separating. There's the bullet time through Rafonskon as Meslo goes all in for Shogo, but the buster shot, the interrupt from Rhino is perfect. Meslo's mission has failed, and PCL, he can't even find the public execution. Fonskon, though, on the front line does find a trade. Asila gets the slow up. Good flash from Fonskon, buying space again. The big time import for ISU is showing up in the biggest moments. He's gonna knock down Stray as well. Shogo falls. Ole Miss are on the back foot out the gate. ISU, a critical fight win.
Yeah, PCL did miss the public execution, but he stayed on the backside of that fight and actually takes out Shogo, who Meslo, for as being as fed as he is, and that had 3 people on top of him, so he's not able to actually take down this Tristana, who did not have flash or barrier available right there. So that's a pretty big win for Ole Miss in terms of the front part of the fight, but the extended play is more kills going over to IS. Tower going down. Remember, they didn't have but 1 tower after 20 minutes.
Right.
And now they have 2 towers and 6 grubs. I think this is so important for them. They may end up giving this dragon, which I believe Keel is starting right now. So that's going to be the trade of their position on the map. But at the later that this game goes, the team fights, you actually will advantage coming out on top, the more you're able to take on the map because you do have these 6 grubs and control of the map currently.
And this isn't a bad trade, giving up first 2 Drakes, right? As we don't get an Infernal Soul or a Cloud Soul, we're actually getting Ocean for this game 3. The point I want to make here is that ISU, they give up the 2 Drakes because they feel like by the time 3rd Drake comes around, they'll be competitive enough, and they're looking to increase that goal lead as the lilting Lullaby comes down onto 2. Shogo does jump out. Rhino far too low. The death mark has found its mark, but the stun from Keel, again, is clutched to interrupt Meslo. who trades his life for the support. Keel, though, has to be careful trying to defend this tier 2 turret. He is getting hounded. They send Asila in first, but the turret aggro is doing wonders. Asila can't get around that bullet time. Perfect position there for Fatakan, and PCL will follow Keel all the way under the turret and slips out just in the nick of time. The Redbirds will not be hit by the broom. They will not go down 3-0 in this one.
Yo, PCL, I mean, like, we're watching like an anime arc for this Rhino.
Oh, Rhino. Oh, Rhino. Walks right up to the bird's nest and gets pecked down.
Yeah, land sharks, not so good in nest, apparently. So, I mean, but back to PCL, my goodness, he has been playing so well. He's played 3 games of Mbessa into Strays Renekton, and at least of the top side matchup, you would probably say the harder play, right?
Right.
Because it's Renekton into Talia, into Pantheon on this top side to kind of shut you down, and he has been to now be 4-1-2 right here. Has a shutdown and is only down 12 CS. We have seen the level up of this ISU top side over the course of this series, and they need it now as they match, you know, going down to losers if they do lose this matchup.
Fantastic call out, PCL. I have been bewildered by the Mbessa priority, but the guy's just actually scaling through the series, as this is the best spot PCL has been in all series long on this Mbessa. 17 minutes, gets to the 2 items, Spirit Shojin and Eclipse. Those dive threats onto Shogo are worrisome, and while they've dealt with Meslo pretty darn well, the bigger threat lies in the top lane going forward as all eyes drift towards this Rift Herald, which both teams seem pretty content on fighting over the way they're positioning.
Yeah, they do. I mean, also, like, look at some of the items right now. Like, I think for Ole Miss, if you're a silo, you're like, guys, I really need to get the Seraphs online. Because until that happens, there is like less defense against the burst coming out from the side of Ole Miss. And we see Music, he's 0-2-10, but boy, he's been doing so much in these fights. These sleeps have been so excellent. And I think that if they get this Herald right here, right, and then they're able to use it in one of these side lanes and get like a tier 2 off of it, that's where the game really blows wide open. But I don't think that Ole Miss is just going to let them have this for free, as they see Stray moving into the mid lane.
What are Ole Miss willing to give up as they are on the back foot in this game? It seems like the Herald is a price that feels too high to really pull. Rhino interrupted out of his jump as the support start the first battle. Silo on the backside, though, walling off PCL on his teleport. Does that public execution get over the wall if needed? Herald is going to be secured and picked up, but in goes Keel. Asila a little bit brunted away from going for the Denmark. The sleep on to 3. Fontagon does get interrupted out of his bullet time, but Shogo, that's just a fleeting hope to save your team because they have been put into the buzzsaw known as the Redbird. Shogo can't find an angle in. Ole Miss don't have a fight without him, and now Shogo and Rhino have to run to the wayside, desperately sprinting away from the might of Illinois State.
That's probably one of the biggest team fight wins that we've seen from ISU. They get the Herald right there, but they're able to pick up a lot of kills on the end. We see Shogo doing his patented 80 carry flank for the time, but while it is not in his pocket this game, it's in Fatakan's and the rest of ISU, where he does stop the bullet time, and so he mitigates the damage that it is. But ISU come out on top. They get the Herald. They finish the feats right there, as well as they're able to pick up that objective feat right there. So for the first time this series, they're going to have the upgraded boots. And when you're misfortune with upgraded boots, more move speed is always good for you.
It is quite ludicrous. And it's the interesting point, right? Even as this game has evolved through in that last fight, like, Fatakan has 11 kills. He's 11 of 21 kills on his team. But he does not have to do all of the damage dealing because Meslo is quietly far enough ahead and PCL is in that position. So it feels like the Land Sharks, they have to pay so much attention to Fatakan, but he's kind of like a false idol with how far ahead the Redbirds are across the map.
Yeah, for sure. And that kind of goes to the point of the MF that you're talking about. Like, this champion, really, really good early game, but like, this is not like your hyper carry that you're thinking about doing anything with. They're going to lose probably top tier 2 for this Drake, which I don't mind, but I love this, is that when you're the team with the Rift Herald, the enemy team needs to be the one to respond. So if you're giving up tier 2 for a tier 1 and a tier 2 and maybe a team fight win, I think this is huge for ISU. Really interested to see how Ole Miss responds to this.
Stray does not have any flank wards to try and make this a fight. Like you called out, this could just be a fight win for ISU because Rhino and Sila aren't here. Good hop there from Shogo to make sure he gets away from the bullet time. And it will be Barlow getting traded out there by Keel as the turret does fall in. Wow, Stray is keeping that push up, but Sean, he just does not get a tier 3 turret here before the resets come across.
Yeah, obviously this is part of like the whole and no having grub sort of thing, but I do like this. Ole Miss, there's a bit of an overstay and overdive from ISU right here to where they're going to get a top tier 2 and a mid tier 1 most likely as they invested TP right there from a Sila. But yeah, ISU a little bit faster on the resets than I initially anticipated. So they're going to be able to keep that tier 1 turn up. And again, positive gold trade for them. They were the ones that had the Herald be the one a higher gold trade. They do pick up that 1 kill onto Keel, I believe, right there underneath the tower, and extend that gold lead to around 5,000 at this point, which probably is the biggest gold lead ISU has had this entire series.
Without a doubt, Sean. And they are looking composed in their decision making. You called out that reset. Like that quick reset, I really want to make sure to give the flowers there for ISU because Asylum teleported mid to try and Weaver's wall down and kill Fopticon. They were looking to try and flank them out, maybe straggling to reset, but right now, ISU, they're just locked in. They're locked in, man. They know that this game could send them down to the losers bracket, and on cue, I say they're locked in, I caster curse them, PCL gets caught, he flashes over the wall, but the Grand Star Fall will follow him, and he shall fall. Shut down over to Keel. Big pick for Ole Miss.
Yep, totally agreeing.
Not the death rush again. We saw Rhino die to this last game.
Whew. This is the problem sometimes. It's like when you're up, you really feel like you have the ability to do this as the wall comes out.
Oh, all right, Asila. He does, I mean, you cut music off, but music's still just going to chase you down. The Lilia only gets faster the longer the fight goes. ISU, they want to go in for Shogo here. There's the death mark. Solid damage down. Shogo down to about a 3rd HP. Barlow goes back in, though. The flash craft out is perfect from Barlow. Catches Shogo and Asila, and the route has been found. They do not escape the might of ISU.
Yeah, if the bar is low, Barlow goes lower, dumps it, and makes a huge play to catch out Shogo right there. I mean, the supporting cast right here, I know Fopticon is the one that has 19 out of 25 KP right now, but the supporting cast for ISU as a team is really what's making this happen. PCL, who's been praising this game, goes down, doesn't matter. We're still going to play as 4, and we pick up 3 kills, I believe, on the backside of that, as well as the Otacon for the first time. Going to be really, really good, as well as I know that for sure this time it's the Flowers one, which I think levels in this game are going to be really, really big, as PCL going to find out it's not just a 1v1.
Yeah, I was going to say, he bought a lot of time for Trey's dominance, but Keel's here, Rhino's come along. Again, we talked about it. This game feels like a 180 from the style of game number 1, which means PCL is perma weak side, and Ole Miss, unlike the woes of ISU trying to pick off Stray, does get caught over and over.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, now we've come to the point, though, where teams, they're like, all right, almost all the outers are down, right, if you're the side of ISU. It is still sole point for the side of Ole Miss. I don't think necessarily Ocean's that big of one for like the way these teams want to interact, right? It's only if you're looking to reset these fights, but most of these are like shotgun kind of comps, right? Like you're just full sending and doing a lot of damage, and then you're set and wait cooldowns to kind of come back up. So Ocean's not like the biggest one for me because I think the fights are going to be so decisive right here. So maybe they might look at like trying to play around the Baron side and trading over Ocean Soul Point, because I think Baron for both these teams, which are very short range, is essential to try to make this game go into whomever's favor does get that Baron.
Sean, this is just such a fun part of League of Legends games. The chess match really gets shown here. I'm glad you highlighted it. With Baron on the board, How much do you want to lean towards side lanes with Stray getting big pushes in? What are you going to give up for it? But it's actually the Baron call from Ole Miss. They're immediately spot out here. Stray's teleporting in. PCL is as well. A desperate play from the Land Sharks who don't want to get pulled out of the water by the talons of ISU. Can they get the Baron down in time and take it right away? Music goes over the steal and he's caught. Interrupted, charmed out, and done. Vatican's bullet time only gets half the value as Meslo and PCL fly in to try and scrape up some of these kills. They'll find one onto Stray. And potentially another on Keel, who is on the hot runaway, but Barlow should find him. The flash W, though, doesn't get enough space for Keel. Yes, so Sean, 4 members of Ole Miss run away with Baron.
Really nice kind of call right there. I thought it could have been so much worse for the side of them. Music goes in, is not able to use either his ult or his Zonias at that time. Did burn his flash. It does mean the Ocean Drake goes. Now it's upon Ole Miss to make this Baron worth it. You are still down 3,000 gold. How are we going to crack this base open and try to secure this full sweep for the side of Ole Miss?
Ole Miss still fighting back. That's what you like to see, staying competitive. And maybe going back towards the roots of scrappiness, because scrappiness definitely goes a long way when you're trying to kind of playing from behind and just forcing fights. The Baron, though, is going to let them really scoop up a lot of excess gold. Remember, Sean, you called it out expertly a couple minutes ago. 5K gold lead for ISU, the biggest one they had in the entire series. That has dwindled down to less than half of it.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of standing side of Ole Miss with all the towers that they, this time, did not end up getting, right? So, with that being said, really interested to see how the rest of this game goes now that the gold is going to be almost negligible once this Baron power play is over with, right? I don't anticipate them getting any more towers. They already got the tier 2 from the earlier push from Stray. Mid tier 2 and bot tier 2, the only 2 towers left. And for the side of ISU, you cannot falter. Your comp still works and does exactly what it needs to do, and it would have looked a whole lot different if Music wasn't just evaporated in the beginning of that first fight right there at Baron. And as well as a nice stop from Rhino on MF Bull, which could have changed the trajectory of the way that fight went.
ISU, yeah, stick to your guns. You are still such a potent team fighting comp with dive threats, wombo ability. It's all there. You still got the golden hands. You still got a 4-item misfortune by this point that, if put on in the right spot, can do ludicrous amounts of damage. But I can't help but call back towards the worry we had from draft, because Vatican is a player, positions well enough on so many AD carries to make a difference at this kind of spot, but Misfortune as a champion relies so much on teammates to get the most value out of this Misfortune, and you called it out. In these last couple of fights, Vatican has not gotten the most out of this Misfortune just because of the buster shots, the charms, the stuns, and the knockups.
Yeah, really, really hard the later and later this game goes for Vatican. But again, one good bullet time or one good sleep, which we did not see again in that last fight for Music around the Baron, could change the entirety of this game right here, as we are 2 minutes away from point of Ocean Soul for either one of these teams that they are on 2 dragons apiece. Wanted to see how ISU, do we go for a pick on the side lane, or do we back? I kind of think that Meslo is the one I'm really, really looking at. Again, where is his positioning? And these summoners that is not up currently. Shogo's flash should be up by the time that dragon is on the map, though.
For the time being, the Redbirds have done a good job not giving too much value over that Baron play from Ole Miss. They really end up getting just one mid lane turret and buying some time. And time is healing some of the wounds of the early game. Markedly Asila, who now has the Seraph stun, has a stopwatch. This Talia is a lot more competitive than earlier on, and look at Asila trying to make the most of it here. We talked about the threat of this Pantheon and Talia. They can play anywhere on the map when their ultimates are up, online, and ready for the picking as PCL clutch time flash forces Keel to flash after him. But that's Ole Miss with one big pick as Barlow does get charmed up, trying to dash away from Shogo. Will he have to burn his flash once more? He doesn't even want to. He knows he's dead to the might of Shogo. The Land Sharks biding their time in the water snatch 2 kills in a big time spot.
I don't even know what Barlow was doing there, but yeah, okay, interesting right there as music.
Oh, Rhino goes back in. This bullet time nearly rips through Rhino's health bar on its own. Meslo finishes the kill. The Lilting Lullaby down onto Keel. He can't block all that damage out. And just when we thought Ole Miss found an advantage, it's the main damage dealers and Faticon who gets his revenge on Shogo. This misfortune is so deadly, just bopping everybody down, auto after auto. And it bails out the Redbirds.
Yeah, love taps, those are not. Those are revenge taps, as you rightfully called out, onto Shogun and the rest of Ole Miss. They're going to be able to pick up this Ocean Soul point. And also, crucially, music being able to live right there to actually gets his Zonias off. We'll have the full completed item for the next one. As I was really, really concerned that we were just about to see one of the biggest throws from ISU in their positioning. We talked about it in the draft, Pantheon to Leah attacking these side lanes. PCL pays for it. Somehow Barlow's in mid lane all by him. But even from that, ISU come out ahead in total kills, and now they have Ocean Soul point for themselves as Baron has just spawned.
That's an Ocean Soul point, an Ocean Soul that to get they would have 4 Ocean Drakes. You don't see that too often. So that'd be a ton of residual healing for the Redbirds.
Yeah, and now I'm just trying to think. Faticon, we're gonna be finishing up this last item. What does Faticon go for? I think GA is fake, personally. So we'll see what that.
What else?
Yeah,
I
don't know. I think it has to be GA, but
it has to. I mean, there's already a Bloodthirster, there's already an IE, right? So
yeah, so they are just gonna start this Baron up, and they do it pretty quickly.
Yep,
but Stray does have TP.
Yeah, he has TP. There he goes to the top side of it. The wall comes across. Barlow goes in, maybe a little too far on his lonesome. Music has to flash to fall after, but gets the sleep down. There's the bullet time. There's the Wombo combo that Illinois State drafted for. Put all of their eggs into this basket to keep the series alive. And when it hits beautifully. 4 down for Ole Miss, and that might just be the final nail that sends us to the Game 4 coffin.
Yes, Ole Miss getting put to sleep by music, not music to their ears, as that spy is going to be filled with bullets, as they're going to send it to a Game 4 right here, unless Stray can pull some heroics.
No way.
But there's no way.
He found a Seeker's arm guard.
Yeah.
Oh. He did a good job. He got the wave down, but 6 grubs. That's the diffy. And that is the difference in this series. ISU back in form. And they keep the series alive.
Woo, man, yeah, Twitch chat coming out clutch right there for the rest of the Redbirds right there, as they're able to take this and get us to a Game 4. I'm so glad. That would have been a crushing game for ISU to lose when you have a 0 misfortune. Looking like some of my solo queue games with some of the guys where we just know how to.
Yeah, and you know, at this point, every time I call out Misfortune as a bait champion, Misfortune ends up being super critical. So I'm enjoying being being just a repetitive meme with this champion. But Faticon makes it look awe-inspiring, and most importantly, Sean, it's ISU picking a comp, picking a directive, and executing it. That is the important first step when you've started a series off rough to fighting your way back.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is like, they swapped over, right, to blue side. Yes. I'm anticipating Ole Miss to go back to where blue side 100% win rate this series so far. I'm not saying, you know, it may be blue side favored, but it's blue side favored. I really want to see what the adaptations are going into this. Huge shout out though. Barlow in that last fight on that engage right there, jumps onto Shogo. Shogo has to buster shot him out, but Lilia gets that 4-man sleep into the bullet time. Oh my god, we finally got to see it. And like we said at the beginning, if it works once, you might just win the game.
And they did. They did. It was poetic. The one time they get the combo, it ends the game. and extends the series here. Illinois State, with their backs against the wall in their final year of program history, will still be able to fight to stay in that upper bracket to snag a guaranteed top 8 spot. But it's still a long road back. They got over the first hump, but there is a mountain staring them down. And from the top, it's Shogo and the rest of Ole Miss looking to end this series 3-1 in gentleman's sweep fashion. One of those two realities is coming our way. We'll start with the Game 4 draft after a short break. See you guys on the other side.
So this is now, come to the mid lane here. Is now they're going to split the map here. But
they're trapped. They're completely trapped. Barlow and Fonticon have read this. They're like, chickens are not free around here. You're going to have to pay the price, Keel. Keel first one to flash out. Barlow very low as well. Shogo's hopping after him, though, with the W start. First blood goes to Fonticon. Both our AD carries have early gold, but Shogo and Asila, they're on the wrong side of the map, and Shogo only knows how to fight his way out. Shogo gets the double. Fonticon immediately answers with a double of his own. Pandemonium on the bot side to kick off Game 3 when it's both marksmen with 2 kills apiece. And Asila wanting in on that action with Meslo, but Fonticon is here, and I spoke too soon. Meslo is level 6 with Ignite up and available, and his flash. Asila is as good as dead, but that's a long ways away. In the present is a dive coming across. Barlow gets a double stun to try and interrupt this, and Fonticon flashes to safety. So it's actually Rhino that goes down first, and Music perfectly covers. So Shogo gets 1 kill. He'll find us. So yeah, I like the call here. The problem is, Stray now gets to play the role, or PCL gets to play the role of Stray from the last 2 games, which means, hey buddy, we're diving ya. Public execution, gonna make sure the stun is interrupted a bit. Rhino, though, juggles a turn aggro pretty well, and Stray picks it up seamlessly.
Just because you're sharing all that plate gold down the bot lane right here. As Meslo, level 6, you talked about it.
Meslo said level 6. I don't know what is, and especially with flash down, I wonder when they were going to make a play for Fonticon, and right on cue, Grand Starfall, Heel finds the flank. Fonticon is the fattest pig at the county fair with that shutdown, and all of the gold goes to no one else but Shogo.
Look at it, we may get a fight here.
He's almost, I mean, he's 2/3 components to IE as well. So Shogo bringing the damage soon, but the wall has been thrown up by Asila. Meslo's on one side of it, Stray's on the other. Everyone's separating. There's the bullet time through Fonticon as Meslo goes all in for Shogo with the buster shot. The interrupt from Rhino is perfect. Meslo's mission has failed. And PCL, he can't even find the public execution. Fonticon, though, on the front line does find a trade. Asila gets the slow up. Good flash from Fonticon, buying space again. The big time import for ISU is showing up in the biggest moments. He's gonna knock. They give him the 2 Drakes because they feel like by the time 3rd Drake comes around, they'll be competitive enough, and they're looking to increase that gold lead as the lilting lullaby comes down onto 2. Shogo does jump out. Rhino far too low. The death mark has found its mark, but the stun from Keel again is clutch to interrupt Meslo, who trades his life for the support. Keel, though, has to be careful trying to defend this tier 2 turn. He is getting hounded. They send Asila in first, but the turn aggro is doing wonders. Asila can't get around that bullet time. Perfect position there for Fonticon, and PCL will follow Keel all the way under the turn. It slips out just... What are Ole Miss willing to give up as they are on the back foot in this game? It seems like the Herald is a price that feels too high to really pull. Rhino interrupted out of his jump as the support start the first battle. Silo on the backside, though, walling off PCL on his teleport. Does that public execution get over the wall if needed? Herald is going to be secured and picked up, but in goes Keel. Asila a little bit brunted away from going for the death mark to sleep on to 3. Fonticon does get interrupted out of his bullet time, but Shogo, that's just a fleeting hope to save your team because they have been put into the buzzsaw known as the Redbird. Shogo can't find an angle in. Ole Miss don't have a fight without him.
Sometimes it's like when you're up, you really feel like you have the ability to do this as the wall comes out.
Oh, all right, Asila. He does, I mean, you cut Music off, but Music's still just going to chase you down. The Lilia only gets faster the longer the fight goes. I assume they want to go in for Shogo here. There's the death mark. Solid damage down. Shogo down to about a 3rd HP. Barlow goes back in, though. The flash craft out is perfect from Barlow. Catches Shogo and Asila. And the Baron call from Ole Miss. They're immediately spot out here. Stray's teleporting in. PCL is as well. A desperate play from the Land Sharks who don't want to get pulled out of the water by the talons of ISU. Can they get the Baron down in time and take it right away? Music goes over the steal and he's caught. Interrupted, charmed out, and done. Vonicon's bullet time only gets half the value as Meslo and PCL fly in to try and scrape up some of these kills. They'll find one onto Stray. and potentially another onto Keel, who is on the hot runaway, but Barlow should find him. The flash, Barlow does get charmed up, trying to dash away from Shogo. Will he have to burn his flash once more? He doesn't even want to. He knows he's dead to the bite of Shogo. The land sharks biding their time in the water, snatch 2 kills in a big time spot.
I don't even know what Barlow was doing there, but yeah, okay, interesting right there as music.
Oh, Rhino goes back in. This bullet time nearly rips through Rhino's health bar on its own. Meslo finishes the kill. The Lilting Lullaby down onto Keel. He can't block all that damage out. And just when we thought Miss found an advantage, it's the main damage dealers and Faticon.
And they do it pretty quickly.
Yep,
But Stray does have TP.
Yeah, he has TP. There he goes to the top side of it. The wall comes across. Barlow goes in, maybe a little too far on his lone sub. Music has a flash to fall after, but gets the sleep down. There's the bullet time. There's the Wombo combo that Illinois State drafted for. Put all of their eggs into this basket to keep the series alive. And when it hits beautifully. 4 down for Ole Miss, and that might just be the final nail that sends us to the Game 4 coffin. We're back at it here for the ISU Ole Miss matchup brought to you by Salty Runback for the CLOL 2025 championships. And we're back to what I would deem a standard draft spot here. We've seen 3 games of these side selections as Ole Miss do land back on the blue side. But we've already seen a ban adaptation come across from Colomer, so he will grab up the Lilia, take that one away from Music as the Varus, Rumble, and Gwen stick to the ban phase as they have all series long.
Yeah, and now I'm interested. They did ban away the Rise in the previous game, but that would mean Xin Zhao is up and available. So what is the poison that ISU is willing to hand over to Ole Miss right here? I think the Rise is probably higher priority to ban. There we go. Talking about the way we've seen stuff go, where I do anticipate it to be Xin Zhao right here. Pretty easy. Now, what do we do? Is this 4th game slammed Ambessa, and we just do Ambessa Sejuani 2nd time around, and it was an execution diff.
Yeah, what's cooking in that brain for TJ? No, we are going. All right, so not full left field, but we are grabbing music. Another AP, a carry-oriented jungler. Stylistically, you play pretty similar to Lilia until fighting. You're power farming. You are playing for damage, but later on, the Zyra will look to kind of slow down and dare Ole Miss to pick more dash-oriented champions, movement-oriented champions. Is this the pocket pick? Is this what they've been keeping secret from us, Sean? The Yorick deck for Stray?
Yo, this is freaking awesome. All right, this champion has kind of been a dictator's name to some of top laners. I mean, we just saw Prank on the other one.
Yeah,
playing it into the Scion. This champion is really, really. However, he still gets gated by range and CC, right? But he's really, really good into immobile champion. So the likes of that Jhin and that Misfortune may not be on the table for the likes of ISU. But, I always think of TJ as the one who's going to be cooking a lot. Okay, Ezreal's perfect. You show Yorick, you're like, well, if you put a cage around it, I'm just going to jump out.
Yep.
This is really, really good. And also that Corki is most likely going to be going bot lane. So for the first time this series, we have both AD carries picked within the first 3.
Yep, that is a great call out. That's how the series has grown. It's cool to see Shogo on the Corki. He was a big time proponent of what we likely will see as the I've called it the Shogo build a couple of times, but that ER into Bloodthirster. Yeah. So for more maximum just raw damage stats, playing to be more of a damage dealer in the mid game, and that will be fun to see from Shogo. And yeah, we're now in the wild, wild west for the second phase, Sean, because we're used to forward marksman coming off the board here. Now, what do we do for the ISU ban away mid laners?
I'll tell you this. I'm giving Meslo counter pick here, and I'm actually going to take the Rakan away if I'm ISU. Okay, these bans actually, to me, tell me that they will pick something like the Syndra or like an Azir for Meslo. I still like taking the Rakan away because I think Rakan has been so good for Rhino this entire series. While you did counter away, it's still like a safe-ish champion right here.
Right.
The only thing that you may want to do with these 2 mid lane bans being focused right here, pick up like a Syndra, pick up a, actually, it could just be another Zed game because now
Corki you have could be a pretty good target.
Yeah, Corki's a good target. Okay, Colin was like, no, you ban Alessandro. I'm not giving you this crap, bro.
Yeah. Yep. There's also like way less interrupts, right? Like we had we had a Rakan, we had Buster Shot on our AD carry, like immediate cancellation of that Zed combo. So good spot out. I'm glad we're seeing the chess match of these coaches so far here, and they will steal away that Rakan. So the Rakan will have presence in all 4 games, but for the first time it's Barlow on it. What does Rhino like in response? A lot of good engage options for good old Rhino, and
he'll pick Maokai here, I think, if he doesn't go Alistar. I know he likes Maokai into the Rakan specifically.
Okay, do we get the lock in? We'll have to see here. I want to shout out Syla for a moment. This is one of the biggest games of Ole Miss's CLOL run, and he pulls 3 bans. That's for a Syla on this team, right? We talk about him as the Rhino. Sorry,
I know we're not supposed to talk about hovers, but yeah, I agree with you. A Syla right here, probably in my opinion, got his could be his Ori, but I think the pocket pick here is the Vex with as many dashes as we see over on all of them. Victor actually is so good in terms of the zone control that they've been trying to build throughout the course of this series. So
a ton of zone control. This gets locked in. Maokai, Xin Zhao, and Victor. They're drafting to be cohesive as a group of 4. I would like the Victor. I would like the Victor, but the Ari is coming through here.
This is a Silas angle if I've ever seen it, man. Ooh. You get Ari, you get Maokai. Yeah. TJ can cook and so can Collar, and both of these teams, I absolutely love this. Now the problem here is that there are so many good targets for Maokai as well to lock down. So the chain of damage comes down, but you get Maiden, like AP Maiden is not something to whiff at. The Xin Zhao ult's really good. The only ult that sucks is Corki, okay? So he's got 3.5 to 4 really, really good ults for Silas of Steel. It also plays into how Meslo, I think, really wants to play in this matchup. I think we're going to see some scrapping at level 1 once again, because we got some strong level 1s on the side of ISU. And I think, you know, if Music gets this power clear going, it's going to be really hard for the likes of, like, both these teams. Again, we're back to, like, no front line. Like, once again, right? Like, it's just all right, guys, check in and pray you don't die. Let's go.
Yeah, and there's also the added leaf to the tree of this draft is the first time we're going to watch Ole Miss, again, a team historically known to team fight their way to win so often, right? And in this game, like 5v5 team fight, this game, for the first time, they are going to, like, really lean into a split push comp. I'm excited to see them lean to play, like, the map better, because we've talked about it. Even in this series we saw from game 1, their macro understanding of the map really shined and showed that is Ole Miss at full force, what they look like best. I'm excited to see them try and close out a series doing something similar with a new style, bringing the Yorick in. What do they look like doing, 4-1 splits for most of the mid-late game? Something we're not really accustomed to, Sean.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the thing is, too, is, like, if ISU is up in tempo on the map and they can attack this Yorick before anything gets set up by the side of Ole Miss, it's going to make Ole Miss's game really, really hard to play out. And I mean, like, we can go back to some of what we were seeing in the previous game to see how we got to this game 4, because the way that it looked in the first 2 games kind of made it seem like, oh, maybe this might be a clean sweep for Ole Miss. Still has the chance to be that gentleman sweep like you were talking about, but I really, really like what ISU drafted here to try to force us into a game 5, getting that oh-so-special collegiate version of Silver Scrapes that we all know and love.
And you got to give, I'm glad you called out the ISU side, because I think Music's Zyra value in these sort of fights is going to be so potent. I think Zyra is really annoying for, you called out, like, the Ari, the Xin Zhao, even like the Corki, a short-range marksman. If Music's ahead and these plants are, dropping rallies, dropping burns on everybody, it's going to get a ton of value. And again, like you called out, Music is a player that when you call on him to get on these carry champions, these AP carry champions, like, he rarely ever disappoints. He showed that last game. He's getting a chance on the other potent AP threat we all know in the jungle. It's going to be a fun one. But before we jump into game 4 with spec delay and client draft still going on, let's take a trip through memory lane and go back to that game 3 win here for ISU and Redbirds, and really just talk about what they can build off of from that win to bring over to this game 4.
So this is now, and I mean, it starts with this level 1 right here. I think it actually split the map here. At the start, Meslo is here first, and he has the extra combat summoner.
They're like, chickens are not
stun from Keel on the bar damage dealer, whereas the first blood comes out. Yes, Shogo is able to pick up that first kill, and he's actually able to pick up a second kill here onto Music, but from there he uses both summoners right here, and Fatikan is the one who leaves here the richer, as he ends up picking up the feats of warfare and that 3-0 in the long extended level 1 right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Fatikan just gets stupidly accelerated as this game goes on. Is we see what you called out, the summoner advantage shown through here, and this is, a good place as ever to talk about the poise of Fatikan, partly why he's so hyped up and performs so well. Coming over in NA as that big-time import for ISU, his composure in some of the most stressful scenarios on arguably the most stressful role at points is really, like, one of his crown jewels when it comes to the Fatikan play style, and it showed multiple times in this win for ISU.
And I think it also goes to the fact of, like, ISU as a whole, right? Like, you talked about this with the champion pick. Like, this is not a champion that we're used to seeing Fatikan, like, kind of go with. Whereas, like, when he had that summoner spell down, Ole Miss was very wise to punish this, right? This is such a great play by them to overload here. Yes, you give up some plates top, you give over some CS, Who cares? Kill the guy who's 6-0, right? But it's Misfortune needing that help from the rest of her team, and she ends up getting it in spades this entire game. That was probably the first bullet time that we saw that actually did, some decent damage right here. But again, on the backside, Music and then PCL. I know it's gonna be all green, but PCL is gonna go into the back onto Shogo right here with all the dashes, gets the kill on him, and that kind of makes the back end of this fight even more advantageous.
Yeah, and this is such an intriguing spot to talk about PCL because we highlighted game one, right? We were surprised by the blind Mbessa into and allowing Stray to get the Renekton. Stray gets such a big lead, even playing the weak side, and PCL just isn't strong enough to really compete for ISU. Game two, he gets closer. He gets towards the item points because we go so long into the game. But again, you needed it earlier from him in this game. Finally feels like he broke through that ceiling, broke through what was holding him back, and has a big Mbessa game. And for using the scaling analogy to go alongside this, he's playing his fourth game of Mbessa. Are we getting to the point where PCL takes over a game? Because ISU certainly would like it.
Yeah, now this is the first time they'll be playing as something not named Renekton, and they still have the option to do that. This fight here at the Rift Herald, I think, was like the thing that kind of broke the camel's back right here. Again, Shogo, real nice interrupt on the bullet time, but it's just a wallet diff at this point. I think it was around like 3,000 when it started. It's 5,000 at the end of this fight. Just a really, really big play from them on the side of ISU. And this is after they cut out PCL in the top side right here. Music just doing what Lilia does, being annoying right here is, Barlow is going to have that really, really big engage right here, the Flash, Magnet Storm, and they pick up 2 here on the backside.
It's great in this series, diving further down to this matchup and talking about those support rankings on the ladder in the CLOL rankings before we got into the bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Two of the best rel players, I would say, and just engaged players that the support pool has to offer, and knowing those veterans too, right? We keep drawing comparisons between a lot of these guys, right? These teams, ISU and Ole Miss, both have like superstar 80 carries. Technically, both imports as well, right? With Shogo and Fatagan playing against each other. They've got veteran, top of the line junglers when they're on, and Music and Keel, and also just the veterans. How many games of on these engaged supports? How many windows have Barlow and Rhino found to win their team games across the many years they've played in collegiate and tier 2, tier 3?
No, yeah, I agree. I will say one person who's not on there for rel enthusiast is playing on the other stream right now, and that's Abi, probably one of the rel gods of North America. But man, you're so right in what you say about the way that both of these supports, Rhino on his first game, not on Rakan this time as well. So Ole Miss, kind of having similar thing. Ah, man, this was such a beautiful fight. They finally got that, lilting bullet time going off, and that led us to where we are right now, as getting ready to go into game number 4 here, and hopefully for all of us watching at home, unless you're an Ole Miss fan, wanting to hear some of those collegiate silver scrapes.
Here we are, Sean. Game number 4. The reality is this for the ISU esports program that will be done and dusted with after the semester, looking to bring home a coveted championship for the first time. But to do that, they need to stay in the upper bracket to make the road as easy as possible and compete at a higher level for a shot up against Maryville, likely further down the line in this upper bracket. Ole Miss in their new form with their new roster, a mid-jungle duo that they hope to take them over the top, get the demons off their back of CLOL woes. And all they need is one more game to close out to help that mantra. But a dream start again for ISU. Oh my God, that Mystic shot looked like it hit, but it doesn't, and Keel will not die. It's a bad start, but not as bad as the last game for Ole Miss.
I'll say this. This is fantastic by ISU. It was a feint invade on the bot side by PCL and Music. So when they see that, naturally Keel goes into that, but they lay the trap for him around the brush behind red buff, and they force his flash right there. I also like that needed for like burning their flash to like get the kill. His flash down is enough to stop his aggressive like posturing that he wants to do on the map, and then also just gives it to where anytime that he wants to contest something in this early game, he's not going to be able to, and everyone else will have their summoner advantage. So absolutely great level 1 once again for the side of ISU.
Oh, and they're not stopping there. In the bottom lane, it's Barlow again, earning more flashes, showing why his recon also needs to be feared in this series. That is Rhino paying the price. So Barlow has been a part of both early game plays here for ISU, grabbing those coveted flashes you called out, Keel and Rhino. And as these flashes go down, I want to make sure one of the most important factors of it, Sean, is how much time this is just buying for Music to power farm safely on this coveted Zyra pick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and also it's like, okay, so Meslo does get charmed because Asila did start that charm right there to try to save his jungler right there if anyone was going to try to flash. But to your point, if you're a full clear jungler and your lanes are self-sufficient right now and they're burning flashes naturally,
It's heaven.
Oh my god. So nice. Not something that Chibi does for you, but you know. He's not even on the cast. Got to get one in.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah.
I hope he heard that somewhere, because you're not.
Yeah, he just gets a pain in his chest. He's like, oh my god, someone's either talking bad about me or the MEC. What's going on? You know. So, but to your point though, Music now done with this. He's a full 2 camps up on this clear, as now Asila looks to be the here in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, they're going for a gank here. Asila, good flash over the grand entrance. But that's the 3rd flash taken away from Ole Miss in this early game. So you've got no Keel flash for the next couple minutes, no Asila flash, and Rhino flash. Maybe by this point, by the time first big neutrals come up.
Yeah, with these flashes being down, I mean, like, obviously Barlow won't have his flash, right? And, like, Rhino is a bit more reliable with just having Maokai W, right? But to your point, like, I'm really, really interested to see, are they going to look to just contest everything on the map with as fast as Zyra can clear right now? As PCL kind of struggling a bit right here as Meslo.
Meslo very, very low. Hasn't taken his reset yet. Nice. We got Meslo puns back-to-back games. That's how I like it. Yeah. He should take that reset, though. I think he's just waiting for a better time to teleport back in with Grubs and Dragon coming up soon.
Yeah, I think he kind of wants to push that wave out, but they also, like, realize that, hey, we don't have eyes on Maokai. It's PCL.
He just used his dash. Yeah, he was trapped in there with the ghouls.
Yeah, I hate these dead gum ghouls, man. They take so much. I think this is actually on the patch where they changed how much damage you can do to them or whatever. But previously, it was like they were so difficult to, take down. But this is why I thought the Ezreal pick was going to be really good for Fadicon. Obviously, we saw in game 1, but versus what's showing on the opposite side, minus Maokai, it's like he's going to be living in his own world right here as Barlow.
Oh. Shogo goes in, tries to use that Valkyrie to get the max damage out of that Corki kit. Actually gets the barrier out of Fatagon, so Shogo put him a bit of a fight in this bottom lane. His PCL is on his own little mission. We are proxying a Yorick. I haven't heard of that very often, and you're about to see why. Because 1, Yorick clears the waves with ease, and 2, Keel's there to protect his jungler. It's a full combo down onto PCL. Flashes after him. Heel likes his odds in this 1v1 down a level to at least get the flash out of PCL as well. When becomes lightning comes out just in time for Music to save him. Gets the Strangle Thorns down. We have 0 kills at 5.5 minutes, but dadgummit, we got close to 1 kill about 5 times at this point.
Yeah, we've been almosting a lot. Big thing here though, taking a look at just the gold. That top lane matchup. Yeah, you were proxying, but you are down almost 25 CS and now down a full plate. This Yorick is just, he's getting kind of scary kind of quickly for the side of Ole Miss.
And Stray is critical to how their comp wants to operate. We talked about from draft because it's kind of something we haven't seen from Ole Miss too often in CLOL. They've got this 4 stack, and they're looking to buy space for Stray and stretch ISU thin across the map. So far, early game is looking good for Stray, as you called out. And here's where York gets so much more problematic. The Maiden is up on the Rift.
Yeah, basically the Maiden's like that meme where like he said he wanted pickles, right? And that's essentially what got going.
That meme.
Yeah, good meme for sure. But so this is what I'm a bit worried about actually. I don't think Music can ever do this just like straight up because of the way the map is currently situated, and he's gonna have to burn Flash right there.
I was gonna say, kind of disrespecting not seeing anyone else on the map except Stray and Keel. Yeah, they're gonna have to just give this Drake.
Guys,
first.
What are we doing?
The Drake is down first here, and ISU are kind of just window watching, pouring a ton of resources into just watching this Drake go down. And now Keel with ultimate has the guys to go right in and just blows up Barlow with no flash. First blood to Shogo. ISU just really slow to the play, and it's gonna cost the Mighty.
I'll be so honest. Window shopping is just so perfect to talk about. What the heck were they thinking right there? Like, Music burns his flash. Let's not compete for it anymore. Like, just go get the other neutral objective. Where now I was talking about because of the early advantages gained by ISU, they may contest everything. Now it's Ole Miss who's going to be able to get everything on the map, as PCL is just getting mollywopped by this shovel.
Yep. Sheen is all York needs to make this matchup mighty difficult, and this game is really, flipped on its head. So many flashes burn, ISU not able to punish, and this has kind of been the difference in the series so far. The Land Sharks have been much better at punishing weaknesses of the Redbirds. Homing excuse for PCL is going to go wide there. They get the Stranglethorns down. PCL is really far too low to compete in this fight, and Shogo sees an angle to try and eviscerate him. Maybe they can get the main to take it up here for him. Shogo, perfect flash away as he grabs turret aggro. PCL goes down. Music nowhere close as the silence is deafening for ISU. No way to cover for Barlow. Stray takes up the turret well. Ole Miss is so good on the dives, and they're looking even cleaner in game 4. Wiping the floor with the Redbirds. 4 kills to nothing.
So much used and so little gain for the side of ISU, and this, I mean, I'm not one to call
this first turret,
but this is first turret. All the plates going over, and you have just natural leads that Byron. It's gonna be a massive mountain that you had referenced in the post of game 3 that ISU now has to climb.
Shogo, what did I say after game 1 when this guy had early kills? Win rates for Ole Miss when Shogo gets early kills is very, very high. He's on his patented Corki, building it so that it pops earlier and in the game. And also the fact that the most important thing, honestly, to the draft, Stray has such an audacious lead. He now gets to go bot side, do exactly what he's been doing all game long, and this only gets worse. This York only gets worse. It never gets weaker as the game progresses. This is Ole Miss right in their wheelhouse of a win con from draft.
Yeah, and you know, I sound like I'm beating the dead horse here, but again, the person I'm really looking at for this series and this game in particular is Meslo on this Silas. He's going the Roa build, right? So delaying a little bit of that power, has so many good ultimates that he can eventually steal, right? And if you're the side of ISU, I think you just really kind of have to play it a little bit more close to the chest right now. Not try to make too many plays unless you're doing overloads onto the sides, right? Onto this Yorick, who is at Trinity Force here at 10.5 minutes, right? Like, he is so, disgusting is a word I would definitely follow by other adjectives. But it's just if you're an Ole Miss fan, this is exactly where you want to be. And I don't think you have to feel like there's like a scaling thing that you need to worry about, because you are the one. Yorick as Meslo, nice trade right there. Just don't take another tower shot, bud. All right, cool.
Yeah, scaling threats are not like super worrying. This isn't like game 2 where you're staring down, like there was a Rise and a Smolder on one side. Zyra's going to get annoying, and Bess is going to get annoying. Ezreal will definitely be able to match and maybe outperform Corki at some item breakpoints, but Yorick is just such a menace. And again, it's the game plan of Ole Miss with a lead, making it so difficult for ISU to execute the way they want to. because this is again another Redbirds draft, Sean, where they're hoping for big team fights with huge Zyra ults, Silas hijacks, and best of fly-ins. And if they're constantly answering side lanes and losing there, they can't play the game they drafted to play.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. And I think also the thing that made me real confident about this squad as this is not going to be.
Ole Miss have been perfect on dives all series long. I will cast or curse them right now if I have to, but I can't because the Land Sharks are just too damn clean, snatching the jaws away from ISU, flying under turrets, and it happens again. It's automatic.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the way that Land Sharks have
I mean, hey, you think Tier 1 turret dives are good? They're going under Tier 2 turrets right now. Ole Miss are feeling themselves, looking to go top 8.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about this. Ole Miss, there's no way we're TPing to this, man.
Well,
God.
It saves the turret. Okay, PCL. Public execution on a Rhino. You know there aren't enough people to cover for this. Fanacon's getting caught in the jungle. This is collapse by definition for ISU. Keel gets the solo kill. Music's going to swing over with Meslo. They should be able to punish Keel, but Keel says, nah, I'm going to set up a CLOL. Nearly finds the kill on the Spirit Rush, but it is a shutdown nonetheless. And now Sila does have to run. Trying to keep some space. PCL though going to flash after him, and it is a double kill over to the ISU top laner. Some scraps found back for the Redbirds as they get on the kill count board.
Yeah, but here comes music. Boop. Wait. Where did
this?
PCL?
All right, this is just there's no higher level gameplay right now. It's just how many times can we fight? Is this Ole Miss of 2024? I feel like I'm watching an old Ole Miss game by this point. The way they're just constantly fighting. But again, it works, Sean, because what's happening on the other side of the map?
Yeah, I mean, Meslo and PCL can match. Now, it's nice little finds right there for the side. PCL, brother.
You are not allowed to walk up to this turret, man.
Yeah, it's so tough. They're going to lose the Drake right here. We do have a spawn of grubs on the top side, which it doesn't look like, ISU want to contest, which I totally understand at this point, but it just means that they are having to give up so much whilst being in the deficit. And I want to really highlight what you mentioned is that Ole Miss with a lead, right? They know how they want to play the game. Yes, they had a little bit of, reminiscence of Ole Miss of old with going a little bit too far on some of those plays right there, but they still have this 4,000 gold lead right here. They're looking to get damage.
That's a great CC chain from Barlow into Music. Really hard to lock down Ari with ult up, but that's exactly how you have to do it if you're the Redbirds. And maybe looking for more here. Shogo is starting to push the limits of his Corki nonetheless. All 4 members of ISU hunting him down as Fanagon gets a ton of great value damage out of this Ezreal. ISU looking to be on the hunt. Ole Miss definitely have to be somewhat careful. Keel pops the Crescent Guard, but the health bars aren't too plentiful for some of these ISU carries, and I think we're just classic NA RAM, and nobody's really going to actually bite.
No, totally right there. A nice catch out again onto Isila right there. And also, Fanagon on this Ezreal, kind of playing it, as well as we would hope him to with, what we were expecting going into this game. I think the problem now is that, these resets are coming in. Sila is back on the map, does have that ultimate still available. ISU, you got some small wins. You're talking about this. Just get some small wins and then you'll be fine. But the small wins are not going to be in this side lane, that's for sure. Yeah,
I just love he has no vision in that brush. PCL was waiting, hunting, and he's like, nah, I'm just gonna drop the dome. He's there. But they are going for the pick on the Stray finally, but is it too late by this point? The Maiden is angry. PCL's far too low. Music can't even chase him down. And this was the problem for ISU in games 1 and 2. They couldn't pick off Stray on the weak side of the map, and Ole Miss reap all the rewards on the flip side.
Yeah, and I think the problem here is that they went for that play onto Shogun kills when they caught out Asila and could have gotten some of the grubs, but in turn, not only did they give over all 6 grubs, but because of this play and the jungler showing bot side, They're going to give away all 6 Grubs and Herald.
Oh,
Grubageddon on the menu for the side of Ole Miss.
They gave Grubageddon to a Yorick. They gave Grubageddon to a Yorick.
Oh, that's not bad, right? He doesn't
no.
push, does he?
No.
No. Fake news.
Yeah, I mean, it was never bad to pass the ball to MJ in the clutch, right?
Yeah. Never. You know, as Meslo is.
Can't catch on.
I'll say this: he finally got his Roa completed, and if he can get to 2 items with a fully stacked Roa, there are angles for him to. Oh my God, PCL, you just can't play the game, brother.
Maokai ultimate. PCL caught the might of Stray, and the Maiden doth not have no mercy. Actually got the kill there, by the way. Maiden grabs the kill. Stray is showing why this Yorick was a heavily coveted pocket pick for Ole Miss right now.
Yeah, when they say alas poor Yorick, they were not talking about Stray's Yorick. This guy is rich as hell. All right, and he is the moneymaker on the map. He is able to go where he pleases, and you know, as the objective bounties come online for the side of ISU, they are down almost 5,500 gold here.
It is looking dire for the Redbirds as their hopes to stay up on the top side of the bracket are dwindling by the minute, and it is just coordinated annihilation across the map. So impressed by how Ole Miss are moving around the map, making plays, leaning into their side laner. It's wonderful to see for the idea of Ole Miss getting over the hump and competing for championships again, hopefully this year in Raleigh.
For sure, and I think, you know, there again, I do believe there are still ways that we can see ISU come back into this game and take us to a game 5. But the onus is upon them to start overloading sides when these TPs are down. It does mean they're going to have to give up certain things, but the longer this game goes, the longer those death timers go, which means the better that some of this is. And here comes the overload right now.
All right, can they kill off Stray? Because he's making it so difficult. Meslo's health bar is being deleted at mercy by the Maiden, and Rhino's here. Does he have enough damage to finish off Meslo? No, but Shogo is coming around. The mission after Stray once again falls completely flat. Ole Miss are dominating all over the map, and they want a top 8 spot. And they're going to damn get it if they're playing this well.
Oh my gosh, Ole Miss showing that they can clip the wings of the Redbirds if they nade right here. My goodness, you make that play onto the side and quicker to do it. There's just not enough damage coming out from Meslo through as they're going to be able to take those kills, take this top lane tier 2 tower, and maybe even crack open the base as Keel is on what I think is Dragon, but definitely not in, because it so that must mean it's Hextech.
Yeah, Hextech. So we got a Hextech soul too. If things were going bad already for the Redbirds, they now have to deal with Hextech soul point at 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is getting really, really tough. Again, I think you got to get really, really creative. I think Baron Flip or Otacon thumbs try to get a team fight win for the side of ISU, but Stray is BMOC right now in Oxford.
Yep, and Asila was wanting in on the fun. Good catch there by Music on the grasping roots to once again grab the RE out of the Spirit Rush, but it is just targeted decimation right now for Ole Miss. ISU are doing a good job biting back here. Fundacon's doing as much as he can, getting full value out of this Ezreal. They just don't hit hard enough to convert any of these pokes to kills. No matter how hard they try, they can't even kill off Rhino.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, probably the best look that ISU has had. Okay, PCL!
He found Shogo, but where is the rest of this team? The rest of the team says no go on to Shogo, but they'll at least pick off Stray. ISU finally getting to play the comp style they want, and it's getting somewhat fruitful but they gotta make sure not to get too big for their britches as in flies Barlow, grabs Rhino, but allows Shogo to get some trade kills back. Asila, great clutch charm, but they're leaning Keel in the might of ISU. The Redbirds will not fly away from the flock with a 3-1. They are looking to compete. Music Kill finds the kill on the Shogo. Somehow, some way, ISU are still standing tall, down over 9,000 gold.
What the hell just happened, man? PCO goes in 1v, and they are able to come out and even get the lane tower on top of this. Their second tower still down 3 dragons, still down 6 scrubs, still down 4,500 gold. But they are finding ways to try to come back in this, and I see pings on the Otacon, and they're coming from the ISU side, which make me nervous.
Runa's Otacon would definitely help catch up levels. Maybe you give them leads in some of these lanes by this point. Rift Herald going to be dropped there by Keel into mid lane. I assume take the attention up of ISU. They're not going to get any turret value out of it, but will maybe stop the Otacon play, and most importantly, let Ole Miss settle back into their style of game, which is just giving space for Stray on the side lanes, and he's being extra careful not to walk into a trap, knowing at this point, it's really hard for him to walk away from it.
Yeah, and I will say that that kind of sequence right there is what we're very used to seeing from Ole Miss. As PCL, man, God, he's already got Hole Breaker on Stray.
It's impossible. It's impossible to manage this guy alone. You're just buying time for your team if you are 1v1ing Stray in a side lane right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Though, we did see when Stray was forced to group because there was a catch out, right? He is not the champion that he side lane, right? You have all the CC that can be, you know, to the edge of his limit in that last fight. Mystic shots and auto attacks weaving in and out. It's upon him, and I think again to make these plays happen and take these advantages when they see Stray in a side lane.
But for now, they do survive. Strays, he tries to flip the map towards the top side here, taking the Hex Gate. Gonna buy PCL space to get another turret down for the Redbirds, so they have all outer tier 1 turrets. What does the response look like from Ole Miss? They're really leaning heavy onto this top side with the Maiden. They're gonna try and trade this for Otacon. And ISU seem pretty comfortable with that at the very least, knowing that they have pushing waves in mid and bot. This is a common Otacon trade you see.
Yeah, I think the only problem is like it's gonna be so hard for them to leave. And then like get set up for this dragon because like, yeah, okay, Asila does get chunked pretty low, but PCL again having to be the sole person to answer the top side, and we've seen that's impossible. And you can't fight over mid lane right now. Dragon is up. Both top laners do have TP. And PCL is stuck between a wall and an angry wife.
It is tough beatings for PCL right now. The turret's really the only thing helping him. Stray does have to be a little bit worrisome, knowing that if he gets too low, PCL can just all in him and try to find the kill. But goal is accomplished. Meslo had to cover for PCL. Stray will take the reset, and this is for Hextech Soul Point. The last gasp of ISU, and they're looking to set up a Meslo flank here. He is not spotted just yet. Ole Miss, they saw him fly across the screen. They know something funky's going on. So trying to sit careful, maybe buy time for Stray to just barrel down the mid lane at the very least. But the Dragon is the jewel in the eye of both of these teams as he gets started up by Music. Rhino gonna drop the Nature's Grasp. They're gonna try and find a way in. Meslo steals one of his own, but the charms are found. The clutch charm comes across from Asila, and in an instant, Music is melted down. PCL's flank, you're too late to the party. The cops have showed up, they're knocking on the walls. Everybody's running for the hills. And it's Hextech Soul Point to the Land Sharks. PCL taking the Hex Gates. That's not the gate you wanted, my friend. It's right in front of Shogo, who has the Hextech Soul trying to find the slows. It's pandemonium. Redbirds are running every cardinal direction they can find. Fontagon really trying to show off the Ezreal kite abilities here as he's hitting straight with Q after Q, but they're just bouncing off this guy like silly putty. Fontagon, barrier, everything, desperation. Can he find the kill? The maidens, the ghouls will do it. Stray walks away like the coolest guy on campus as the maiden finishes off Fontagon.
Coolest guy on campus for sure. That BMOC in Oxford, where cops raided the frat party that ISU was trying to throw down, as they get Hextech Soul and are starting the Baron right now.
They're playing at 1,000,000 miles a minute, knowing that this could seal the game, seal the fate of the Redbirds. Barlow's down first. PCL tries to jump onto Asila, but he has the Spirit Rush. He gets out in clutch fashion, and Keel, with the killer instinct, follows PCL over the wall to make sure he sees a gray screen. Hextech Soul accomplished. Baron accomplished. Game 4 series win is next up for Ole Miss.
Ole Miss looking so incredibly good and knowing when they are stronger right now. I love the look that we've seen from Ole Miss. We've seen a little bit of the Ole Miss where they kind of go a little bit too far forward, but they have such a gold lead. And again, I think they understand what is on the line here. They don't want to go back and have this.
Fontagon. It's just him trying to make every play, and it's costing him. Over-exerting, over-forcing plays, and it's just crumbling now for ISU. Music down next. The rest of Ole Miss off a reset. Could this be the final push for ISU in the upper bracket?
Yeah, I think Ole Miss is going to break open the base, at least 2 inhibs minimum, if not the entirety of the game. This has reminiscence of game number where they were breaking open the base right around time and kill score. Ole Miss looking to make this statement, go and win the series 3-1.
And here may be the final fight. The Land Sharks are looking to polish off their teeth with the bones of the Redbirds, and they'll do it in commanding fashion. The new look Ole Miss roster with championship aspirations has reached their previous ceiling. They are officially top 8 in the 2025 CLOL Championship.
What a great look from Ole Miss, honestly. I mean, like, game 1 and game 4, the most dominant that I've seen Ole Miss against strong competition, right? We saw really good looks against ISU in games 2 and 3, which was the game that they won. But huge, huge shout outs to Ole Miss. In particular, I want to give it out to Keel this series for me. I thought he was just an absolute menace on the Rift.
Menace indeed. That is why these guys were brought in, right? To take Ole Miss over the hump. I'm glad that we got, like, the big Shogo game. And Shogo played really well across the series, but we got the, like, old Ole Miss sort of Shogo game on the Smolder where the guy is just Exodia in the late game, takes over. But this, like you said, the most compelling games for the Land Sharks were game 1 and game 4, when they had Stray locked in as usual on the weak side top lane, Keel running the map amok with Asila, and then the usual Shogo Rhino. When all that comes together, this team looks as scary as you saw them in games 1 and 4 to take the series.
Yeah, and I think, now with this series going the way of Ole Miss, look at our updated brackets and kind of see where that puts both of our teams, right?
Yep. So we do have some other series coming in here. Maryville took care of business against Northwood, so they, as the expected result, are on the other side of the top bracket. And Ole Miss now going to take on maybe the other hottest team right now going into the CLOL Championships, Western, who get the Game 5 win over St. Thomas and send them to the lower bracket. But the mainstay thing here to look at is Ole Miss. It sounds like I misspoke, getting thrown off by the new format, have now reached the new ceiling as a program, as all these teams you're seeing in the third round of the upper bracket are top 6 confirmed.
Correct. Top 6 for sure. Also, I know something that Collimer, coach of Ole Miss, will say, that he has never lost against a Canadian team in his entirety of season, back, even all the way back when he was coaching on Bethany. So going against another Canadian team bodes well for the Collimer fan club. But Western, real hot off of taking down who was my, second tournament favorite in University of St. Thomas down there in Houston, Texas. But now, that's the top part of this. If we can go to the lower bracket, just to kind of see where does ISU fall from this, right? Now that they have, dropped down into the bracket, now playing lives in all the best of fives that they can to try to, send their sunset of their program off into, a blaze of glory, as it were.
Yeah, and Sean, all I see, first takeaway from the ISU path is two things. One, the silver lining here for ISU, you fell into arguably the greatest spot in the lower bracket. No offense, UHSP and UTM lovers, but I'm playing the math game here. You're playing either the 19th or 16th seed off a loss. ISU are going to should be heavily favored, the most favored of any of these matchups, I would say, in the next round of the lower bracket. Second thing, Sean, you called it out. This is the sunsetting of the program. You are now down to your final stock, your final life, whatever way you want to make it for Illinois State. And that is a ton of series you have to play to get all the way back up to top 2, top 4, potential to go all the way out to North Carolina.
Yeah, 6 best of 5s for these teams in this part of the lower bracket. Winthrop already 2 of the 8 that they had to do. So everyone from this point on has to win 6 best of 5s to find their way into Raleigh, North Carolina. I will say the math game is a thing, but as a member of the committee, these seeds mean jack you-know-what. Because when the likes of Minnesota as a 25 seed can come on and even take a game away from Winthrop, we're seeing that 12-13 match where SCAD, unfortunately, their tournament lives are over, and Purdue Northwest take the win there. They're going against St. Thomas. Grandview versus Weber are going to be happening. UHSP versus UTM, 2 teams 16 and lower, which many had around the 20 to around 14 ranges on some of their matchups. It'll be really, really interesting. We have a lot more spicy, great matches for CLOL here as we do come back and just kind of put all this together. Slayer, Ole Miss right now, I think peaking at the right time. There was a time about a month ago where they had one of the worst weeks that you could possibly have.
Yeah.
And I told Collimer at the time, I was like, it is better for you to have this moment now than it is for when you're in top 8 of CLOL and your season's over with. And he hit me with the LOL true. So I'm happy to see that they're not only pressing the leads when they need to, not having those huge, we're ourselves at them, right? The voracious Atacon without the GA kind of mindset.
Right. Yep.
But that they're also in that game too. They were on the back foot a lot of it because Shogo didn't have the agency, and they were able to play a game that matched what they wanted to do as a comp. So real big kudos to the Ole Miss squad out there, looking really, really good as they go into top 6.
Big shout outs. Ole Miss, the Land Sharks, are not too far away now from the chance to become the Land Sharks as they have reached their highest. I had to get one in. You had too many puns. You had too many great puns, Sean. I get one in. They reached their highest mark as a program since being founded in 2019. Officially top 6 in their new look. But there, like Sean pointed out, especially in that lower bracket, there is so much more CLOL Championship League of Legends to play. Big shout out to Salty Runback for allowing myself and Sean to come on here along with our amazing producer, Ice Fireride, to bring you what has been the biggest series of CLOL Championships so far. But we will likely be back here, whoever it is on the Salty Runback, broadcasting more awesome CLOL Championship League of Legends. Until then, guys, make sure to stay locked to the Twitch channel. Follow on Twitter as well to get awesome updates from Grapes and Hawk. But this is myself and Sean signing out. We'll see you guys when we see ya. Take care. Get the demons off their back of CLOL woes. And all they need is one more game to close out to help that mantra. But a dream start again for ISU. Ray and Keel. Yeah, they're going to have to just give this Drake.
Guys,
first.
What are we doing?
The Drake is down first here. And ISU are kind of just window watching, pouring a ton of resources into just watching this Drake go down. And now Keel with Ultimate has the guys to go right. Punish, and this has kind of been the difference in the series so far. the Land Sharks have been much better at punishing weaknesses of the Redbirds. Homing excuse for PCL is going to go wide there. They get the Stranglethorns down. PCL is really far too low to compete in this fight, and Shogo sees an angle to try and eviscerate him. Maybe they get the main to take it up here for him. Shogo, perfect flash away as he grabs turret aggro. PCL goes down. Music nowhere close as the silence is deafening for ISU. No way to cover for Barlow. Stray takes up the turret well. Ole Miss is so good on the dives, and they're looking even...
Yeah, you're 100% right there. And I think also the thing that made me real confident about this squad, as this is not going to be.
Ole Miss have been perfect on dives all series long. I will cast or curse them right now if I have to, but it's automatic.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the way that Land Sharks have
I mean, hey, you think tier 1 turret dives are good? They're going to Rhino. You know there aren't enough people to cover for this. Fondacon's getting caught in the jungle. This is collapsed by definition for ISU. Keel gets the solo kill. Music's going to swing over with Meslo. They should be able to punish Keel, but Keel says, nah, I'm going to set up a Silo. Nearly finds the kill on the Spirit Rush, but it is a shutdown nonetheless. And now Asila does have to run. Trying to keep some space. PCL though going to flash after him, and it is a double.
Ole Miss of old was going a little bit too far on some of those plays right there, but they still have this 4,000 gold lead right here. They're looking to get
that's
damage.
A great CC chain from Barlow.
Timers go, which means the better that some of this is. And here comes an overload right now.
All right, can they kill off Stray? Because he's making it so difficult. Meslo's health bar is being deleted at mercy by the Maiden, and Rhino's here. Does he have enough damage to finish off Meslo? No, but Shogo is coming around. The mission after Stray once again falls completely flat. Ole Miss are dominating all over the map, and they want a top 8 spot. And they're going to damn get it if they're playing this well.
I think Baron Flip or Otacon thumbs try to get a team fight win for the side of ISU, but Stray is BMOC right now in Oxford.
Yep, and Asila was wanting in on the fun. Good catch there by Music on the grasping roots to once again grab the RE out of the Spirit Rush, but it is just targeted decimation right now for Ole Miss. ISU are doing a good job biting back here. Fondacon's doing as much as he can, getting full value out of this Ezreal. They just don't hit hard enough to convert any of these.
ISU has had a okay PCL.
He found Shogo, but where is the rest of this team? The rest of the team says no go on to Shogo, but they'll at least pick off Stray. ISU finally getting to play the comp style they want, and it's getting somewhat fruitful. But they gotta make sure not to get too big for their britches as in flies Barlow, grabs Rhino, but allows Shogo to get some trade kills back. Asila, great clutch charm, but they're leaning Keel in the might of ISU. The Redbirds will not fly away from the flock with a 3-1. They are looking to compete. Music kill finds the kill on the Shogo. Somehow, some way, ISU are still standing tall, down over 9,000 gold. Both of these teams, as it gets started up by Music, Rhino gonna drop the Nature's Grasp. They're gonna try and find a way in. Meslo steals one of his own, but the charms are found. The clutch charm comes across from Asila, and in an instant, Music is melted down. PCL's flank, you're too late to the party. The cops have showed up, they're knocking on the walls. Everybody's running for the hills. And it's Hextech stole point to the Land Sharks. PCL taking the Hex gates. That's not the gate you wanted, my friend. Hextech Soul trying to find the slows. It's pandemonium. Redbirds are running every cardinal direction they can find. Fontagon really trying to show off the Ezreal kite abilities here as he's hitting Stray with Q after Q, but they're just bouncing off this guy like silly putty. Fontagon, barrier, everything, desperation. Can he find the kill? The Maidens, the Ghouls, who finishes off Fontagon.
Coolest guy on campus for sure. That BMOC in Oxford, where cops raided the frat party that ISU was trying to throw down, as they get Hextech Soul and are starting the Baron right now.
They're playing at 1,000,000 miles a minute, knowing that this could seal the game, seal the fate of the Redbirds. Barlow's down first. PCL tries to jump onto Asila, but he has the Spirit Rush. He gets out in clutch fashion, and Keel, with the killer instinct, follows PCL over the wall to make sure he sees a gray screen. Hextech Soul accomplished. Baron accomplished. Game 4 series win is next up for Ole Miss.
Where they were breaking open the base right around time and kill score Ole Miss looking to make this statement, go and win the series 3-1.
And here may be the final fight. The Land Sharks are looking to polish off their teeth with the bones of the Redbirds. And they'll do it in commanding fashion. The new look Ole Miss roster with championship aspirations has reached their previous ceiling. They are officially top 8 in the 2025 CLOL Championship.